Chapter 835. The palace maid replied, "That is a disciple of the Pei family from Hudong. His name is Pei Sun, and he is currently an imperial student. His literary talent is outstanding. According to his teacher, if he participates in the imperial examinations next year, he will definitely become a jinsher." This Pei Sun was slightly thinner, with fair skin and delicate features. At first glance, one could tell that he was a scholar. When he played football, he naturally could not be compared to Yang Xinjiao, who was fit and handsome. However, his gentle manner had a different flavor. Yan Junju had always wanted to compete with her 3D sisters. When she heard that the man she liked was a disciple of the Pei family from Hudong, which was also a millennium-old aristocratic family, and his family background was not inferior to the Yang family of Hongnong, she was even more satisfied. She nodded and said, "That's him." She then raised her chin at her sisters, as if to show off, and left with her head held high. Because these Junju were born by concubines, their ages were not much different. Some were even the same age, unlike the 3 daughters born by concubine Wei, who had a clear age difference. They all knew Li Sinyu's temperament and were long used to her domineering ways. However, no one dared to compete with her. Everyone was a Junju. Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out that they fought over a man? Therefore, all the princesses remained silent and waited for Lin Sinyu to leave. Only then did they focus their attention on choosing their Langjun from the remaining men. After a while, Xian Ning Junju chose Wang Tongjiao from the Wang family of Taiyuan. She left happily to report to her father. Yong Shou chose Wei Dan from the Wei family of Jingzhao and then left quietly. Xian Du Junju was timid, shy, and introverted. She had always been ashamed to choose a husband. In the end, her sisters beat her to it. After the sisters had chosen their men, although the remaining men were all from prestigious families, they were either too ugly or short. They were really not attractive to her. Compared to the Langjun who had just been chosen by her sisters, they were even more unsatisfactory. The bowing didn't last long. The palace maid beside her asked her a few times in a low voice. The commandery princess of the new capital shook her head and said faintly, "There's no one I like. Father and mother will decide. I won't choose. I'll leave now." This time, the Prince of Luling and his wife were selecting a son-in-law on a large scale. Moreover, they had chosen the Wu family as their first choice for marriage, which was in line with Wu Zetian's request to alleviate the conflict between the Wu and Li families and join forces to rule the world. As a result, they received Wu Zetian's approval and strong support. If not for this, how could Li Xian have the guts to use the imperial family and the prime ministers of the political affairs hall as matchmakers to help his daughters? At this time, the Prince of Luling and his wife had received the news that Wu Yenji, the son of Wu Qingxi, had fallen in love with the gentle, generous, and beautiful Li Xianhui, the princess of Yongtai. Wu Chongxuan, the son of Wu Sanxi, Prince of Liang, had fallen in love with Li Guer, the princess of Anil, at first sight. The couple felt relieved and concubine Wei was even happier. Just as the husband and wife were feeling happy, the other daughters also came back one after another. They were naturally too embarrassed to tell their father who their sweetheart was. This kind of thing was naturally reported by their accompanying palace maids. When the husband and wife heard that their daughters all had their sweethearts, and that all of them were sons of aristocratic families, they couldn't stop smiling. As for Xian Du Junju, they did not expect this blind date to solve all the major issues of their daughters' lives. Later, they would just pick a few young talents for her to choose. Thus, they did not care too much about it. Concubine Wei, in particular, had found a place for her 3 daughters, so she did not care about other things. She immediately made a copy of the name list. She did not dare to meet that formidable mother-in-law alone, so she dragged her husband and went to the inner palace to find Wu Zetian. The daughters were not young anymore. Since they had chosen someone, they should get married in time. As for those who were still young, they had to settle down first. After the blind date was over, The political affairs hall sent someone to inform the youths who were playing football that the prime ministers wanted to see them. The youths who were playing football on the field immediately stopped, hurriedly washed their faces, put on their robes, and rushed to the political affairs hall to pay their respects. The prime ministers didn't have anything serious to discuss with them. They just chatted for a while and then sent them away. These young nobles didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that in such a short time, they had already been divided up by the princesses. When Yang Fan arrived in the capital, he followed the address given by the great general of the left guard to find the Wang family's mansion in the capital. In the end, he did not find anything. At this time, Wang Tongjiao was listening to a lecture in the political affairs hall. Yang Fan did not know when he would return, so he wanted to turn around and go home. Yang Fan turned his horse out of the alley where the Wang family's mansion was located. Just as he was about to leave Shangshan Square, he saw the door of a house open wide. 7 or 8 scented carriages drove out of the house one by one, some to the west, some to the east, and they all dispersed. Yang Fan urged his horse to move to the side of the road and continued to move forward. Judging from these carriages, it was clear that this was a gathering of the daughters of the prime ministers and the rich ladies. From the style and decoration of the carriages, it could be seen that these were women's carriages. The decorations on the carriages were too strong. Yang Fan glanced at it and recognized that it was the residence of the eldest princess. This eldest princess, who was getting more and more lively as she aged, had always liked to socialize and feast. It was normal for a few female guests to come out of her mansion. Li Guo sat in one of the carriages that came out of the eldest princess's mansion. Li Guo sat in a light carriage, waving the flower in her hand. Her face was even prettier than the flower. Princess Annel's trip to the eldest princess's mansion was very enjoyable. She felt like a fish in water. She liked this kind of life, liked this kind of taste. She felt that she was born into this world for this kind of life. In comparison, she had lived the past 16 years in vain. This kind of world, this kind of environment was the most suitable place for her. Today at the eldest princess's mansion, she even drank a few cups of wine. It was the first time she had tasted such mellow wine. In the past, she had never had the opportunity to drink wine. But at that time, she felt that it was sweet and had a special fruity aroma. It was very delicious. Only now did she feel a little dizzy. Li Guo touched her cheeks. It was slightly hot. But in her excitement, she did not feel tired. She still looked around in high spirit. There was an oil cleaning cart and 2 big green cows. The cart was surrounded by a gauze curtain. From the outside, one could only see a beautiful figure inside the cart. It was difficult to see her face clearly. This saved her the trouble of looking for Dai Qinlu. On the other hand, she could clearly see everything in the car. Everything here was undoubtedly still unfamiliar to her, so it was extremely attractive. Li Guo was looking left and right when a tall and handsome figure by the side of the road suddenly attracted her gaze. This person was wearing a military uniform. The black military uniform had a metallic feel to it, as if it was cast from black iron. It made the person's body look abnormally masculine and burly. Seeing him riding on a horse, with a slender waist, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, at a glance, a vigorous heroic spirit rushed out. Li Guo's heart was filled with joy. She hurriedly called out, "Commandant Yang." As she said this, she hurriedly pushed aside the white, fog-like curtain and called out to the window, "Brother Yang." Yang Fan was riding his horse when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. He took a closer look and his heart skipped a beat. A bright and beautiful face peeked out from the window. A thin gold necklace with a water-drop jade pendant was gently swaying in the wind in front of her clear forehead. Her drunken makeup made her look especially enchanting. It was Li Guo. Yang Fan was shocked. His 2 legs tightened and he lightly knocked against the horse's belly. He wanted to quickly pass by the oil cleaning cart. Li Guo said that it was a busy street so he did not hear her clearly. Just now during the banquet, she still knew to pretend to be a young lady. Now that her drunkenness was starting to kick in, she actually pulled aside the curtain and jumped on the shaft of the cart. She excitedly called out, "Commandant Yang!" This little beauty's hair was combed into 2 small buns. She wore a gold necklace on her forehead. She wore a light yellow narrow-sleeved shirt and a peach-red armband. She wore a colorful skirt and a long silk ribbon. Her face was as pretty as a fairy. As she stood on the shaft of the cart, she immediately attracted the attention of the people on the street. What Yang Fan was afraid of really happened. He could only bite the bullet and reined in his horse. He very reservedly cupped his hands towards her and nodded, "Junju. Come, quickly get on the cart. I haven't seen you for a few years." Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly said, "How can it be that long?" Ligor made a face at him and playfully smiled. "Haven't you heard that a day apart feels like 3 years? Quickly get on the cart." As she said this, she seemed to be a little dizzy, and returned to her seat first. She patted the empty seat next to her and waved to Yang Fan. There were more and more people watching them on the street. If Yang Fan did not have anything going on with Ligor, he would be at ease. But now that he has a guilty conscience, he could not help but feel a little guilty. He did not want to get on the cart, but Ligor kept beckoning him. If he did not get on the cart, he was afraid that even more people would notice them. He could only bite the bullet and get off the horse. Ren Wei took the reins for him. Yang Fan stepped into the carriage. As soon as he sat down, Ligor stretched out her jade-like arm and pulled, covering the curtain again. Yang Fan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He hurriedly sat up straight and deliberately distanced himself from her. Ligor did not notice as she lifted her buttocks to cover the curtain. Just as she was about to sit back down, she felt that the distance between them was too far. She moved her buttocks closer to him and asked with a grin, "I heard that you are now a general. Have you recruited all the soldiers?" The cart could not stay still on the road for long, so it began to move forward slowly. Yang Fan pressed his hands on his knees in a standard military stance. He looked straight ahead and replied, "Yes. I am currently the commander of Guide Army and am currently recruiting soldiers. More than half of the soldiers are qualified. Due to the strict requirements of the 1,000 cavalry, it will probably take another month to recruit all of them." Ligor looked at his valiant, masculine, and handsome appearance. She liked him a little. Among Li Xian's children, she was the one who walked around her grandmother, Wu Zetian, the most. She already knew the importance of the troops Yang Fan was leading. Furthermore, she knew very well that if her parents wanted to maintain their current status, she would need the support of powerful figures if she wanted to continue living her immortal-like life. With the 1,000 cavalry under his command, Yang Fan happened to be an important figure worthy of her family's recruitment. Chapter 836. Out of an instinctive liking and the need for benefits, Ligor became even more affectionate towards him. Looking at his cautious appearance, Ligor giggled and gently held his arm. She whispered softly into his ear, "What are you doing? I'm not a man-eating tiger. Look at you, where's the vigor that you had when you bullied me?" As Ligor said this, a hint of spring suddenly rippled across the tip of her brows amidst her blush. Yang Fan's heart tightened. He quickly looked around and cautioned, "Princess, please be careful with your words. If someone overhears this, it'll be very bad for both of us." Guor was tipsy and fearless. She pouted coquettishly, "You're not afraid to do it, but are you afraid to say it?" Yang Fan was speechless. At first, he only thought that she was a beautiful village girl. With his status, it was not a big deal for him to occupy a village girl. Even if this girl had parents and relatives, as long as he finished his business, he could send someone to explain his identity to her family. Wouldn't her family nod their heads in agreement? Who knew that she was, and an unmarried girl? Yang Fan had a headache. His palms were sweating. He was no longer the hothead he used to be. He had a family and a business while the other party was an unmarried girl. If the matter was exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Moreover, this young girl was the most spoiled and willful. She did not care about the consequences. He had already missed her once. Now, he must not be entangled with her again. Yang Fan emphasized his tone and said solemnly, "Princess, this is not a joke. This is not the countryside of a mountain village. Even if it was the countryside of a mountain village, any scandals about an unmarried girl would be a disaster. Luoyang is under the feet of the emperor. You're a member of the royal family. You need to be especially careful." Guer's expression tightened. Yang Fan saw that she had been frightened and felt relieved. He said, "I'm getting off the carriage. I still have matters to attend to on my return to the city. Take care, princess." Guer's eyes flashed. She suddenly said, "Are you talking about Shui Huai?" Yang Fan bent down and was about to reach out to pull the curtain, but when he heard this, his movements suddenly froze. A sense of mockery flashed in Guer's eyes as she spoke slowly, or Zhang Yiji Zhang Changzong? Guer had been surprised by the Zhang brothers' beauty on that day. That was why she had been paying close attention to this pair of beautiful brothers. These days, she had purposely befriended some palace maids and eunuchs in the palace. She had also been in close contact with the capital city's socialites outside the palace. These people happened to be fond of gossiping. That was why she was very clear about some of the romantic rumors that were circulating in the capital city. Guer mentioned many names in one breath. Some of them Yang Fan had heard of before, some of them he had never heard of before. However, those people that he had heard of were the gigolos or lovers of certain noblewomen. From this, it seemed that the names that he had never heard of before were probably of similar statuses. It had not been long since Guer arrived in the capital city, yet he had already understood all of this. At the end of Guer's story, her tone suddenly slowed down. She squinted her eyes slightly and revealed a sly glint like a fox. She spoke slowly, "There's also my aunt, Princess Taiping." Yang Fan's heart tightened. He could not help but ask, "What about her?" Li Guer stared into his eyes slyly. She asked with a spurious smile, "What about her, is it true?" Yang Fan shone coldly and pretended to be calm as he said, "It's just a bunch of gossipy women trying to stir up trouble. How can we take it seriously?" Li Guer smiled sweetly. She stretched out her hand and combed the hair on the side of her temple. She blinked at him delicately and said, "That's right. You're only sitting in the carriage with her. What are you afraid of stirring up trouble for?" Yang Fan was at a loss for words. Upon seeing this, Li Guer suddenly asked nervously, "You and her, is it true?" Yang Fan peered at her strangely because he felt that Li Guer's expression and tone seemed to be excited. That's right. Women like to gossip. But how could she be excited when she heard that a man who had such an intimate relationship with her had a relationship with another woman? Yang Fan could not understand Li Guer's psychology at all. In fact, for Li Guer at this moment, she was like a country girl who had just entered the city. She had a very serious sense of inferiority, but she concealed it very well. The more inferiority she felt, the more arrogant she was to cover it up, so no one noticed it. That day at the Dragon Gate, when she saw Princess Taiping in splendid attire, Li Guer was immediately awed by the noble, elegant, mature and generous temperament of a noble lady displayed by Princess Taiping. She had a feeling that Princess Taiping was like a fairy concubine of the Son of Heaven. When she heard about the affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping from other women, she was shocked, but not sad or angry. Instead, she was surprised and honored. "It turns out that I'm lucky enough to have the same man as that elegant and noble fairy concubine. It turns out that I'm not so bad after all." This was Li Guer's mentality. She felt honored and even excited. Since she knew that Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji were the exclusive property of her most feared grandmother, she avoided them like the plague. But it was not the case for Yang Fan. In addition to Yang Fan's strong and handsome appearance, As well as the power he had that was worth fighting for by the Li family, there was also this subtle psychology of comparison. Li Guo'er was very envious of Princess Taiping's elegant demeanor. She hoped that she could also become such a noble, elegant and brilliant lady. At the same time, she didn't think that her father's sister had any great ability to make her afraid. So she didn't avoid it like she did with Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi. She wanted to replace Yang Fan. She had a feeling that if she could take over Yang Fan, it would be her victory, and she would surpass her aunt. Yang Fan couldn't understand Li Guo'er's mentality at the moment. He frowned and said, "You know that I'm under orders to recruit soldiers. I entered the city today because I have important matters to attend to. I can't stay any longer, I really have to leave." The carriage wheels rolled and rolled through the busy city. Inside the curtain, the drunken Guo'er felt like she was inside a small hibiscus tent. She completely forgot that outside the curtain was the boundless world and all living beings. She grabbed hold of Yang Fan, who was about to leave. Her pair of watery eyes glanced at him and said shyly, I miss. Yang Fan asked in confusion, "What are you thinking about?" Li Guo'er was extremely angry. She pinched his waist angrily and pouted coquettishly, "Of course I want you. Do you have to force me to say it?" Yang Fan said in shock, "What is this place? You can't do that. Princess, you've just arrived in the capital, your father's position is not yet stable. You must be careful in all aspects at all times. You mustn't make any mistakes. I still have matters to attend to, so I really have to leave. We'll meet again." Wait. The more timid Yang Fan was, the bolder Guo'er became. She wrapped her hands around Yang Fan's arm and raised her red brocade boots to block in front of Yang Fan. She pouted her red lips that reeked of fruity wine and said in a sweet and innocent manner, "It's fine if you want to leave, but you have to kiss me first." "What?" "Just once. I'll let you go after I kiss you, or else." "Humph." The red brocade boots were custom-made. They were delicate and adorable. Her straight calves were wrapped in white silk. They poked out from under her skirt and were bound inside the boot. The graceful shape of her legs was completely revealed. This scene was just like a young girl acting coquettishly to restrain her lover. It was very alluring, but Yang Fan's heart was burning with rage. As a woman, one did not know the big picture, one did not know the importance of the situation, and one thought herself infallible. These three were the most detestable to Yang Fan. Li Guo'er had committed all of them at this moment. Yang Fan's heart was secretly filled with loathing. However, he could not afford to fall out with her at this moment. As he was hesitating, Li Guo'er giggled. She pouted her alluring lips that reeked of fruity fragrance and kissed him. Just as he was about to kiss her, the carriage happened to pass by the intersection. A gust of wind blew past. There was no wall to obstruct it, it blew the curtains. There was a man leading a donkey on the side. The donkey was carrying a bundle of firewood on its back. The man walked briskly, the curtain fluttered and was scraped by the firewood. With a chi-la sound, the veil that surrounded the carriage was immediately torn off. The scene of the two people in the carriage puckered their lips and were about to kiss was exposed to the world. The passers-by on the street were surprised to see such a scene. There was a sudden silence. Then there was an uproar. Yang Fan could not help but turn pale with fright. The man leading the donkey was covered by a curtain. He hurriedly pulled down the curtain and saw that it was a noble's carriage. There was a man and a woman in the carriage. The man was staring at him with a murderous look. He hurriedly shouted, "It's not my fault, it's not my fault, I was just passing by." Yang Fan looked at the man leading the donkey. He seemed to be a little familiar, but for a moment he could not remember where he had seen him. The man leading the donkey was the same dummy who had almost caused Di Renjie, who had just returned to Luoyang, to fall off the donkey's back. At this moment there was a commotion on the street. Yang Fan could not just sit in the carriage. He hurriedly jumped off the carriage and climbed onto the back of the horse. He led a few bodyguards who could not help but laugh and galloped away. At this moment, a kind-hearted passer-by shouted at Dummy, who was still loudly defending himself, "Dummy, why are you still not running? Are you waiting to pay for it?" Dummy was instantly enlightened. He hurriedly led the donkey and ran. He was also quick-witted. He did not follow the main road but immediately turned into a square. After a few turns in the alley, he felt that he had shaken off his pursuers. Only then did he stop in his tracks with lingering fear. He looked back and saw that a fine palace dress was still on the donkey's back. This dress was worth a lot of money. He could not help but laugh foolishly again. On the other side of the street, Ligueur was also very embarrassed to be suddenly seen kissing. Unfortunately, the curtain that was covering the carriage had been taken away by the dummy leading the donkey. She could only order her servants to quickly drive the carriage forward and leave this place. The common people saw such a romantic scene. The man was handsome and the woman was charming. Naturally, they were full of praise. The scene of the incident was at the entrance of Changshan Square. Changshan Square was filled with the relatives of the rich. Many of the people who came and went here were the descendants of the rich and the servant. One of them recognized Yang Fan and immediately announced his identity. When the common people heard that it was Yang Fan, they could not help but clap their hands and exclaim, "His reputation is well deserved. He is indeed the number one romantic person in Luoyang." Chapter 837. As a result, everyone became even more curious about the unknown and beautiful girl. Who was this beauty that had the ability to steal a man from the flower of Luoyang, Princess Lingyue? But speaking of which, this little beauty was truly stunning. Presumably, she wasn't any less beautiful than Princess Taiping. The commoners of Luoyang who were keen on this matter began to discuss. Ligueur had just returned to the capital not long ago, so not many people recognized her. Moreover, she usually lived in the palace and didn't have her own mansion. Although she had obtained a title, she didn't have a corresponding ceremonial entourage. She didn't carry a banner when she went out, so others naturally couldn't recognize her. But behind her was the daughter of an assistant minister who had just left the residence of a noble princess. Ligueur's status was naturally nobler than hers and couldn't be compared even if she wanted to. But Ligueur's beauty was unparalleled and 100 times better than hers. She couldn't help but secretly feel jealous, but she still had to pretend to be magnanimous. Now that this was a rare opportunity, how could she let it go? This young lady of the assistant minister's family immediately waved her hand to summon her personal servant girl. She covered her face with a circular fan and quietly gave the servant some instructions. Then she retreated back into the carriage and closed the curtains. The servant girl received her master's orders and immediately announced it to everyone. Originally, this matter was fine if passers-by saw it. It was just a handsome man and a beautiful woman kissing in the carriage. Although it was a romantic matter, it wasn't too shocking. Moreover, the common people were very happy to hear about it. But once the assistant minister's daughter revealed Ligueur's identity, the matter immediately changed. Just the rumor of a young man having an affair with the daughter of the Prince of Luling, who would soon become the crown prince, was already worth spreading, not to mention that this young man had already married and had a child. This news was even more worth spreading. Moreover, this young man was called Yang Fan, and he had an affair with the princess's aunt, Princess Taiping. Was this news worth spreading? Just thinking about it, one could imagine how many stirring and indecent scenes there were. Was there any justice in not spreading it? As a result, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and this news quickly spread. It was not a big deal to spread the news, but the characteristics of rumors were that they were distorted, changed, exaggerated, and expanded. By the time the news spread to the streets and alleys the next day, there were already hundreds of versions. Among them, the most erotic version was the story of Yang Fan, Princess Taiping, and Infanta Annal, a man and 2 women sleeping together. It was as if someone had seen it with their own eyes. The time, place, and how the three of them mingled with each other were described vividly. If this was to be written on paper and put into a book, considering the difficulty of copying and engraving, perhaps it would be a little simpler. All they had to do was move their lips and waste some saliva. Naturally, the details would become more and more detailed. Yang Fan, who had gradually faded out of Luoyang's entertainment circle in the past 2 years, suddenly became the #1 warrior in the romantic scene. Countless men condemned his shamelessness with a righteous expression while secretly coveting his luck with women and fantasizing about the charming scene. King Wei had a son named Yanji. Wu Yanji had gone on a blind date yesterday and immediately took a fancy to the gentle, generous, and beautiful Princess Yongtai, Li Xianhui. When he went back and told his father, Wu Qingxi saw that his son was very fond of her and agreed. Wu Qingxi was still obsessed with the throne, but now that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital, it was inevitable that he would be promoted to crown prince in a few days. He had to plan for the future. If his aunt was willing to change her mind or for some other reason, he could become crown prince and then emperor, then marrying a daughter-in-law from the Li family would not be bad. A married girl was like spilled water. Even if she was surnamed Li, her son would also be surnamed Wu, which would have no negative impact on the Wu family. Moreover, having such a daughter-in-law from the Li family would help him gain the support of the subjects who were still loyal to the Li family. If the world was destined to return to the Li family, then having a daughter-in-law from the Li family would still ensure the Wu family's prosperity. Because of these reasons, coupled with the fact that Wu Qingxi thought highly of and doted on his eldest son, Wu Qingxi agreed as soon as his son suggested it. The next day, he heard about the kiss between Yang Fan and Princess Annal on the street, as well as the countless gossip stories that followed. Yesterday, Wu Qingxi already knew that the Prince of Luling had arranged for 2 daughters to go on blind dates with his and Wu Sanxi's families. His son's blind date was Princess Yongtai, and Prince Liang's son's blind date was this Princess Annal. Now that Princess Annal and Yang Fan had caused such a huge scandal, as Wu Sanxi's old rival, Wu Qingxi was laughing so hard that he couldn't stand straight. It seemed like the pain in his body had lessened considerably. The power of romantic rumors was truly astonishing, and Wu Sanxi had actually heard about it in time. When Wu Chongxuan returned yesterday, he begged his father to quickly propose to the Prince of Luling. Wu Sanxi jokingly scolded his son for being a good-for-nothing before agreeing. His plan was actually similar to Wu Qingxi's. In the end, he had just told the matchmakers yesterday that the Wu family had agreed to the marriage, and it had already been settled within a few days. Yet today, he heard about this scandal. Wu Sanxi was so angry that he smashed 5 antiques and a flower rack. He roared, "How dare they? Old butler, quickly send someone to tell the Prince of Luling that his daughter has been brought up so well that our Wu family really can't afford to have such a good daughter-in-law." "No, father." Wu Chongxuan had probably heard the news and was hiding outside, watching his father's movements. As soon as Wu Sanxi said this, Wu Chongxuan let out a cry of grief and threw himself into the room. He hugged his father's thigh and begged with tears streaming down his face, "Father, this son has fallen in love with Annal at first sight, and I will never marry anyone but Annal. I beg Lord Father to help me." "Scoundrel!" Wu Sanxi raised his leg and kicked Wu Chongxuan. Fortunately, this was his son, his own flesh and blood. Wu Sanxi didn't bear to use too much force and used the fling formula to throw him away, but he wasn't hurt. Unexpectedly, Wu Chongxuan was like a piece of dog skin plaster. Just as Wu Sanxi pulled his leg back, he pounced forward again and hugged Wu Sanxi's thigh, crying bitterly, "Father, I see that Annal is as beautiful as a fairy, her eyes as clear as water. She's definitely not a promiscuous woman who doesn't keep her chastity. This matter must be a rumor spread by the neighborhood. Father, think about it, Annal has only returned to the capital for a few days. What aunt and niece serving and sleeping together? It's clearly a rumor made up by a bored commoner. Wu Sansi blew his beard and scolded. Wind from an empty cave might not be without reason. Even if this news is fake, our Wu family can't afford to lose face. Besides, what sleeping together is fake? She and Yang Fan kissed on the street shamelessly in front of hundreds of people. Is this also fake? Our Wu family is a noble family. How can we tarnish our reputation because of this? If you want a good woman, you can choose anyone in the world. Why must you choose this person? Wu Chongshuan's tone was firm. My heart only belongs to Anil. I don't want anyone else. Princess Anil is like a fairy. How can she be so shameless? This matter must also be a rumor. Even if it's real, it's just a kiss. Anil has lived in the mountains since she was young and has just returned to the capital. It's natural that she doesn't know the rules of etiquette. I won't mind. Wu Sansi really couldn't do anything about this infatuated son. He could only persuade him sincerely. Son, you don't have any feelings for her. What you're infatuated with is her beauty. I've seen that lass in Lu before. She's indeed a rare beauty. However, even if she's as beautiful as a fairy, it's just a temporary infatuation. After marrying her, in less than 3 to 5 months, she'll turn a blind eye to her and will no longer be the same as before. The so-called beauty is nothing more than this. It's not worth a good man paying the price of his reputation. I've been through this. Listen to my good advice. Don't be infatuated. Wu Chongshuan shook his head and said proudly, I won't marry Enlo. No matter how the world slandered her, I believe her. Even if she's really young and ignorant, seduced by others, I'm willing to forgive her. If you don't allow it, Wu Chongshuan looked around and grabbed a piece of antique pottery, pressing it against his neck and said loudly, I'll die in front of you immediately. Wu Sansi stomped his feet in anger and scolded, I've been wise all my life. How did I give birth to a bastard like you? You're really going to kill me? Wu Sansi was arrogant and domineering outside. In the entire court, he only had Wu Qingxi as his opponent. In fact, other than Prince Wei, there was also Second Zhang in the palace who had the right to challenge him. However, Second Wu and Second Zhang did not have any conflicts with each other. They were still in harmony and could not be considered enemies. Now that Wu Qingxi's illness was getting worse and worse, there were many people who relied on Wu Qingxi now making plans to change their allegiance to Wu Sansi. For a moment, Wu Sansi felt the loneliness of wanting to dominate the world, seeking defeat but not being able to obtain it. But today, he was finally defeated by his precious son. No matter how capable a father is, he can't stand up to a disappointing son. It's the child who is the most disappointing, making heroes cry. Wu Sansi was so angry that he jumped up and down, but his son threatened him with death, so he really had no choice. After scolding and persuading for a long time, Wu Chongshuan still refused to come to his senses, so Wu Sansi could only wave his sleeves and leave. Such a useless son. He really can't control him. Wu Chongshuan really fell in love with Li Guo at first sight, completely conquered by Li Guo's unparalleled beauty. Speaking of which, he was not a virgin who had never experienced the influence of women, but for some reason, when he saw Li Guo for the first time, he was head over heels for her, unable to control himself. Not to mention the rumors of Yang Fan and Li Guo kissing on the streets. Even if he saw Li Guo coming down from another man's bed with his own eyes, he still couldn't bear to part with this unparalleled beauty from the heavens. At this moment, in Wu Chongshuan's eyes, Li Guo was in existence like a fairy from the heavens. But towards Li Guo he could be endlessly tolerant, but towards Yang Fan it was not the same. Wu Chongshuan with great difficulty persuaded his father to give up on rejecting the marriage. At first, he was greatly relieved, but then he remembered that Yang Fan actually took the lead and tasted the fragrance of that little fairy's lips, and immediately he was burning with jealousy. He would not find fault with Li Guo, but he saw Yang Fan as an irreconcilable enemy. Wu Chongshuan gritted his teeth and swore, Yang Fan. Yang Fan. I, Wu Chongxuan, will definitely not forgive you. If I don't file your bones and scatter your ashes, I swear I will not rest. Chapter 838. It should be said that this matter originated from Yang Fan, but Wu Sanxi surprisingly didn't have the slightest intention of making things difficult for Yang Fan. The most fundamental reason was that he had discovered that Yang Fan was even more useful to him than before. That day, Wu Zetian had specially summoned him to secretly instruct him. At that time, he had sensed that Yang Fan would be placed in an important position. Later on, Yang Fan had indeed been appointed as the General of Thousand Riders. Wu Sanxi knew better than anyone that a General of Thousand Riders was more useful than a Grand General of the Golden Guards or a Grand General of the Thousand Oxen Guards. He had always tried to meddle with the Imperial Army, especially the Featherwood Guard. However, the Featherwood Guard had always been viewed as Wu Yi's exclusive domain, and no one could meddle. Wu Sanxi had tried several times, but Wu Yi had rejected him. Wu Sanxi knew the importance of this force, but he just couldn't find a way in. If this General of Thousand Riders could lean towards him, how great of an impact would it have on his fight for the throne? As for the grudge between him and Yang Fan, in the face of such great benefits, it could be completely ignored. Moreover, Yang Fan's words and his aunt's corroborated each other, proving that Yang Fan's original difficulties were indeed true. If it had been anyone else, it would be unrealistic for them to betray the Emperor after the Emperor had sent their head and even their family as hostages. Later on at the Dragon Gate, Yang Fan had already told him the truth. This was tantamount to expressing his true feelings and showing that Yang Fan still had no intention of betraying Wu Sanxi. Unfortunately, he hadn't believed Yang Fan's words at the time. The marriage between him and the Prince of Luling had begun yesterday, and so had this scandal. If there really was an unclear relationship between Yang Fan and this little princess, it couldn't have suddenly happened yesterday. Something must have happened while Yang Fan was escorting Li Guer back to Luoyang from Fangzhou. Since he knew that Princess Annel was about to become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, yet he still dared to be so audacious, then Yang Fan could be considered to have suffered an undeserved calamity. He had seen that lass Li Guer before. With that lass's unparalleled beauty, if she was sincere, there were not many men in the world who could resist her. Right now, Princess Annel was not the daughter-in-law of the Wu clan yet. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't decide who Princess Annel would belong to, when faced with Yang Fan who would be of great help to him in his fight for the throne, he would even help Yang Fan and Li Guer. Giving up a woman to gain a general would give him an important chip in his fight for the throne. This was what a great hero would do. With Wu Sanxi's thoughts, he naturally couldn't vent his anger on Yang Fan. However, at this moment, Wu Chongxuan was both jealous and resentful of Yang Fan. He wanted nothing more than to hack him into 1,000 pieces. However, as Royal Prince Gaoyang, he had no authority. He didn't have the courage or ability to lead his men into the Imperial Army's camp and do whatever he wanted with a general of the Emperor's personal army. Wu Chongxuan couldn't swallow this anger. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of his uncle, Wu Yizong, who had been in close contact with his father recently. At this moment, his uncle was in charge of the capital's garrison army. They were both in the military system and his official rank was much higher than Yang Fan's. Perhaps he could be of help. Wu Chongxuan acted on this thought and immediately left the estate to find his uncle. Although Wu Yizong had made one foolish move after another in Hebei and had even received the title of pig-riding general, the prideful Wu Zetian didn't mention her nephew's series of mistakes. Instead, she used his contributions in pacifying the Khitans to transfer him back to the capital to be the left great general of Jin Wu, in charge of the capital's garrison army. The garrison army was to train the soldiers. Since the Khitans and Turks had both come out of Hebei and posed a great threat to the capital, Wu Zetian was afraid that the number of imperial soldiers stationed in the capital would not be enough to ensure the safety of Luoyang. Thus, she created a large number of troops to train the soldiers. These troops and horses were all under Wu Yizong's control. Wu Chongxuan galloped to the left great general of Jin Wu's camp to find his uncle. When Wu Yizong saw him, he was quite surprised. When he explained the reason for his visit, Wu Yizong couldn't help but laugh. So it's for a woman. Wu Yizong was originally like Wu Yi, strictly maintaining a neutral position between Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi, not daring to get close to either. However, Wu Qingxi's health had been deteriorating over the past 2 years. Wu Yizong felt that Wu Qingxi's lifespan might not even be able to outlive their aunt's. In that case, Wu Sanxi was probably the only one in the Wu family who had the right to ascend to the throne. Therefore, Wu Yizong rapidly leaned towards Wu Sanxi. When he made a fool of himself in Hebei, Wu Zetian had pretended to be deaf and mute, but in private, she had called him over to give him a good scolding. In the end, it was Wu Sanxi who had helped him out of the predicament. As a result, the two of them became even closer. Wu Chongxuan was Wu Sanxi's eldest son. If Wu Sanxi became emperor in the future, Wu Chongxuan would be the crown prince. Since Wu Yizong had the intention to befriend him, he naturally agreed to Wu Chongxuan's request. Wu Yizong said to Wu Chongxuan, "Chongxuan, Yang Fan is now the commander-in-chief of Guide Army and is helping His Majesty build the 1,000 cavalry. Such a person is not someone you can touch easily. It's impossible to kill him. However, I'm talking about killing him directly, but it's easy to turn the situation around." Wu Chongxuan was initially disappointed, but when he heard that there was more to it, he couldn't help but perk up. He hurriedly said, "Please advise me, uncle." Wu Yizong said, "I can't touch him because he is now the 1,000 cavalry general and is highly regarded by the emperor. You should also know that when the emperor values someone, he is closer to that person than to his own family. It's impossible to kill him directly. However, I can use my authority and connections to make him lose face. As long as this person's 1,000 cavalry does not accomplish anything, His Majesty will realize that he is useless and loathe him. When that happens, he will lose his power. With your status as the son of King Liang and Royal Prince Gaoyang, won't a Yang Fan who has lost his power be able to do as he pleases?" Wu Chongxuan was overjoyed. He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Uncle has great foresight. In that case, I'll leave this matter to Uncle." Wu Yizong smiled proudly. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Yang Fan couldn't find Wang Tongjiao that day. 2 days later, when he wanted to go to the left guard to look for him, he heard the news. Wang Tongjiao had been chosen by the Prince of Luling and would soon become the prince's son-in-law. Wang Tongjiao was a high-ranking officer in the army, so this news spread extremely quickly in the army. Yang Fan was greatly disappointed when he heard this news. The Prince of Luling was about to become the crown prince, and when that happened, Wang Tongjiao would be the son-in-law. The reason why Wu Zetian had expanded the 100 cavalry to the 1,000 cavalry was because the matter of the traitor had raised her vigilance. She needed an armed force that was connected to both the Wu and Li clans but couldn't completely lean towards either side. Since Wang Tongjiao had become the Prince of Luling's son-in-law, this person couldn't be used. Wu Zetian wouldn't allow someone who was definitely on the Li clan's side to become a high-ranking officer in the 1,000 cavalry, so Yang Fan could only drop the matter. Lu Yen and Gao Chu finally rushed over to report, and the middle-ranking officers were further replenished. Only the 2 positions of Lang generals were still vacant. On this day, the 1,000 cavalry had already recruited more than 800 people, and only needed another 200 to reach the number of soldiers. Of these 800 people, 70% were selected from the various imperial guards of the capital, and 30% were children of the capital's good families. They had all practiced martial arts since childhood, and there was no lack of wanderers among them who had killed and seen blood. Under Yang Fan and the other strict checks and requirements, those who were selected were all elite soldiers who could fight against 10. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this army only needed a little reorganization and no further training to become an outstanding elite force. Of course, although most of these people were insignificant and had nothing to do with the upper echelons of power, it wasn't as if they hadn't formed their own clique. Chu Kuanga, Ma Chiao, Lu Yen, and Gao Chu all had some comrades, brothers, and trusted aides that they had made over the years. This was something Yang Fan couldn't control. Even if he selected everyone from ordinary soldiers to generals, it wouldn't take long for these people to form some relatively intimate cliques based on the fact that they were from the same village, the same unit, and the same brigade. The middle-ranking officers would also gradually form their own cliques as they led their troop. Just as Yang Fan had said to Wu Zetian, it was unrealistic for him to directly control every soldier in an army of 1,000. If he divided himself into 1,000 people, how long would he be able to have private contact with each soldier? Personally attending to everything would only produce the opposite of the desired result, and it would only dishearten the commanders and force them to do nothing. But he still couldn't make everyone be as close as brothers to him. At that time, the entire army under his direct control would become a mass of loose sand, and the wise wouldn't do it. In fact, he only needed to firmly grasp the upper and middle officers in his hands, and he would be able to command the entire 1,000 cavalry. Seeing that he was still short of 200 people to form an army, and that he could begin to cultivate this armed force that was completely under his control, Yang Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had been staying in the army for the past few days, and he still didn't know about the hugging and kissing incident that had spread all over Luoyang. Yang Fan was currently standing at the edge of the drill ground with his arms crossed, smiling as he watched the newly recruited recruits bow on the polo field. This kind of exercise not only could train their horsemanship, but it could also speed up their cooperation and tacit understanding, and it could also allow the soldiers to quickly familiarize themselves with each other. One of the bolder soldiers saw Yang Fan watching from the sidelines, and loudly said, "General Yang, I heard that General's bow-striking technique is extremely brilliant. In the past, you, together with Princess Taiping and the other commanders of the Imperial Army, defeated the Tubo bow-striking team. Why don't you come down and let everyone see it?" When the soldiers heard this, they immediately booed, all wanting to see Yang Fan's martial arts. At first, Yang Fan pretended to be reserved, saying that he hadn't bowed for several years, and his martial arts had been neglected for a long time. But after being repeatedly egged on by the crowd, he finally had no choice but to come down. Someone immediately jumped down from his horse and handed him a stick. Just as Yang Fan was about to mount his horse, Marching Commander Su Liang angrily walked over from afar. Su Liang was a little better than many of the illiterate generals. He could write and calculate, he was educated, and he was meticulous, so Yang Fan made him a marshal major, a position similar to the chief of staff, and usually the busiest. Yang Fan turned to see Su Liang's gloomy face and very angry look, and couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He quickly returned the stick to the soldier, and quickly walked up to Su Liang and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 839. Su Liang angrily said, "Center Commander, it has already been more than half a month since we have established the 1,000 cavalry. Seeing that the number of soldiers is about to be filled, this lowly officer thought that the armor, weapons, horses, clothing and rations should also be distributed according to the number of soldiers." Yang Fan happily said, "Of course we should make early preparations. You are right." Su Liang said, "This lowly officer did as I thought and went to the Department of Ordnance, the Imperial Servant Temple and the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, they all prevaricated and found all kinds of reasons but were unwilling to allocate." Yang Fan frowned and sensed that something was wrong. "It shouldn't be. We are not some miscellaneous troop. It is not like they don't know that we are the Emperor's personal army and the Imperial Army's direct line of descent. Would they dare to make things difficult? Su Liang laughed coldly and said, "Not only that. When this lowly officer went to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for rations, they also told me that our 1,000 cavalry has just been formed and the budget in the Ministry of Revenue's hands was set at the beginning of the year. At that time, it did not include us. Now that the imperial court is short of money and does not have much, there is no way to raise it. I am afraid that the army's rations will not be distributed for a while." A ruthless look instantly flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. Su Liang said again, "Center Commander, this matter cannot be treated lightly. We have just formed an army and most of the soldiers are the best of the best from the various imperial guards. They all know that we are the Emperor's personal guards, and that is why they enthusiastically signed up. Now if there is a delay in the distribution of armor, weapons, rations, the army's morale will be finished." Yang Fan nodded his head with a serious expression. He also knew the importance of this matter. His soldiers were the best of the best, and most of them were from the Imperial Guard. Most of these people had fought in battles and killed people, and were elites on the battlefield. However, they could not help but have a bit of arrogance in normal times. They were willing to join the 1,000 horsemen, because this army's regulations and status were higher than all the other armies. If something like this happened, the morale of the army would definitely fall, and his prestige would also fall to rock bottom. If this army had been established for a long time, perhaps Yang Fan could establish his prestige in the army and firmly control this army in his hands. Even if something went wrong for a while, the army's morale would not fall. However, 1,000 cavalry had just been established, and he did not have the domineering aura to make those veterans who had rolled in piles of corpses immediately submit to him. If at this time he did not have horses, armor, weapons for the soldiers to train, food and rice were not distributed enough, and he could not even pay the soldiers, then the so-called 1,000 horsemen would be a big joke. Once the people's hearts were scattered, it would be difficult to regroup. Moreover, his reputation would be ruined, and it would be impossible for him to stand firm in the army. Who wants to go against me? If it's not someone important, no one would dare to go against me. After all, this is the Emperor's special order to establish the Imperial Guards. Yang Fan was secretly alarmed, but he did not know that everything was because of Li Guo'er, that scourge. But it was almost the end of the month. If he could not get his salary by then, it would be a big joke. He had to settle this matter immediately. He had no time to investigate who was the one who was trying to go against him. Yang Fan immediately said, "I'll go to the Ministry of Revenue immediately and solve the problem of food and soldiers' pay first. Other matters can wait. You must keep this matter strictly confidential. Do not let even the slightest bit of information leak out." Su Liang solemnly nodded his head and said, "I know the seriousness of this matter, that's why I came looking for you as soon as I came back, and did not tell anyone else." Yang Fan was pleased and patted him on the shoulder. He had found the right person to use him as the Sima Jin. If it was Huang Xuchang, Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga or the others, the whole world would know about it the moment they entered the Yuan Gate. At that time, it would really be a mess and people would laugh at them. Yang Fan immediately asked Ren Wei to bring the war horses over, and led a few guards back to the city, and went straight to the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the land, the people, the administration of money and grain, and the distribution of taxes. There was one minister, 2 assistant ministers, and 4 departments. Similar to the other 5 departments, the first department was named the same as the Ministry of Justice, also called the Ministry of Revenue, but there was a C after the word Bu, so the full name was the Ministry of Revenue. After the Ministry of Revenue, there was the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the census, land, taxes, contributions, exemptions, rehabilitation, marriage, and inheritance. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the world's taxes, the abundance of products, the benefits of land and water, and the adjustment of the annual plan. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the world's treasuries, and the balance of weights and measures. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the world's military reserves, and the collection of taxes, and grain. For a moment, Yang Fan couldn't tell the relationship between the four departments, but he had been in the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Justice before, so he knew that the first department was the most important department in the government. All the major matters were under the control of the first department, so the moment he arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, he immediately went straight to the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue was originally Di Renjie's eldest son, Di Guangxi. After Di Renjie passed away, his three sons all left their posts and went home to observe filial piety. It would be 3 years before they could be reinstated. The current Minister of Revenue was called Chao Han. Although his rank was slightly lower than Yang Fan's, he held great power, so when he saw Yang Fan, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Hearing Yang Fan's reason for coming, Minister Chao only smiled faintly and said slowly, "This department is only responsible for distributing money and grain. The Ministry of Revenue has never made a budget for the 1,000 horsemen, so naturally, this department has no way of distributing them. As long as this department sees the detailed list of the Ministry of Revenue's stipend, it will definitely not spare a cent for the 1,000 horsemen." Yang Fan thought that the new army had just been established, so it was not good to cause trouble. Hearing that Minister Chao's words were reasonable, he politely expressed his thanks, asked for the location of the Ministry of Revenue, and then hurried over. The Ministry of Revenue's Minister of Revenue's name was Lu Nanquan, and he was from Shu. As soon as Yang Fan entered his office, he smelled a strong aroma of tea. A young servant was brewing tea in the hall. Hearing Yang Fan's reason for coming, Minister Lu was very enthusiastic, and immediately invited him to take a seat, and ordered the servant to serve the tea. Although the tea smelled fragrant after adding things like ginger, garlic, orange peel, and salt croton flour, Yang Fan did not have the fortune to enjoy it. Therefore, he braced himself and took a sip, then put it down, and explained his purpose for coming to Minister Lu. Minister Lu was enjoying the fragrant tea as if he was on cloud 9. After hearing Yang Fan's reason for coming, he immediately said, "That's right, this budget is indeed made by this department. Everything from the fixed amount of tribute, special funds to storage, purchases, salaries of the 100 officials, gifts, and so on are all planned out. This department needs to gather the revenue and expenditure of the various roads, synthesizing the revenue and expenditure of taxes, military and state expenditures, military supplies, and the needs of the border, and carry out a rough calculation. After reporting it to the Minister of Revenue, and then to His Majesty the Emperor for approval, only then can the department distribute it. Such a large amount of expenditure cannot be calculated at any time, so every year at the beginning of the year, a budget is carried out. 1,000 Horsemen has just been established and has already missed this year's budgeting period. It is impossible for this department to conduct a rough calculation of the various revenues and expenditures for all of you. According to the usual practice, this kind of temporary increase in expenditure will be first allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. At the end of the year, it will be reported to this department and added to this year's expenditure, and then used as a budget for next year's expenditure." Yang Fan listened to his cloudy and misty explanation, but he only understood one thing. Regarding this matter, you still have to find the Ministry of Revenue to resolve it. We are only responsible for making plans. Moreover, it is only once a year. You guys don't have money, rice, and rations, so you can't stay with us. With this kind of prevarication, when would there ever be a conclusion? Yang Fan was slightly angered. The Ministry of Revenue says that once your Duji branch produces a detailed report, they can distribute the rations accordingly. But your esteemed department says that the Ministry of Revenue can distribute the rations first and then make up the list at the end of the year. Both of you say that you are in the right, both of you say that you are in the right, Both of you say that you are in the right, but who are the soldiers under Yang's command going to ask for rations to fill their bellies? Lu Langzhong laughed and hurriedly said, General, don't be anxious. The provisions are not in this department's hands. Even if I wanted to give them to you, I have no way. Speaking of which, this matter is indeed a matter of the Ministry of Revenue. There is no reason for you to make things difficult for this department. How about this? This official will point out a clear path for you. Lu Langzhong picked up his teacup and took a beautiful sip. Slowly and methodically, he said, General can go to the Ministry of Granaries. The Ministry of Granaries is in charge of the military reserves under heaven. It is responsible for collecting taxes, and grain. If they have a lot of money and rations, this department will temporarily increase the budget for you. That is not a big deal. Speaking to this point, Lu Langzhong stood and said to the manservant in the hall, Go. Tell Squire He and Manager Zheng that there may be some official business today, and will need to leave a bit later. Tell the people in this department to wait for news from this official. The other had already said this much. What could Yang Fan do? He could only stand and bid farewell, then go to the Ministry of Granaries to see that Zheng Zhongbua, Dr. Zheng. Compared to Chao Langzhong and Lu Langzhong, Dr. Zheng lacked some of the grace and grandeur of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue. His face was full of wrinkles, his cheeks were thin, and his eyebrows were inverted. He always had a worried expression. When Yang Fan arrived at the Ministry of Granaries, he had just explained the purpose of his visit when Dr. Zheng, with a worried expression on his face, poured out his grievances to him. General Yang, this official understands your purpose in coming, but this official is truly powerless. Look, this is this year's various expenditures. My treasury is completely empty. I really can't take out any money in rations. Dr. Zheng brought over an incomparably thick account book, dipped it in his saliva, and flipped it open one by one. He pointed to Yang Fan and said, Look, this is the supplies for the mausoleum, sacrifices, ceremonies, salaries, examinations, salaries, relay stations, meals, compensation, repairs, procurement, weaving, miscellaneous expenses, and here, Hebei and Long you are plagued by frequent military disasters. The taxes cannot be paid, and the imperial court has to pay instead. This is the grain and money allocated at the beginning of the year. Look, this is the money required by the various imperial guard. This is the relief funds allocated for the Min and Jia flood. This is the debt owed by Jianan and Qianan roads. Yang Fan finally couldn't take it anymore and said in a deep voice, Dr. Zheng, these matters have nothing to do with this official. His Majesty has ordered me to form the 1,000 horsemen, and the Emperor cannot lack hungry soldiers. I only ask you, is there any way to pay for food and rations? Dr. Zheng placed the incomparably thick account book on the table and said with a worried frown, No money. Yang Fan was unable to restrain his anger and grabbed him by the collar. Seeing this, a few of the minor officials at the side immediately wanted to help. Dr. Zheng's thin and withered body was lifted into the air by Yang Fan. His face was flushed red, but he still calmly waved his hand at his subordinates and said to Yang Fan with a worried expression, I really don't have money. Yang Fan had encountered such a troublemaker, but he couldn't really kill him with a single punch. Yang Fan angrily threw him to the ground and walked away. Dr. Zheng staggered and steadied himself. He raised his voice and shouted, General Yang, the Inner Palace has borrowed a large sum of money from our Ministry of Revenue to build the Bright Hall, the Heavenly Hall, and the 9 cauldrons. If you can get it back for us, this lowly official will have the money to pay you for the army. Yang Fan flung his sleeve, and a flower rack by the door flew up with a pung and crashed into the wall. Even the flower pot and the wooden rack were smashed into pieces. Chapter 840. Soft knives had always been the hardest to deal with. Although Yang Fan had been in a civil office, he had easily resolved the internal attacks by dealing with the censorate's external conflicts when he was in the Ministry of Justice. Later on, he became the Minister of Personnel. As the matters he was in charge of were too sensitive, the entire imperial court had their eyes on him. No one dared to stab him in the back. Before this errand was even completed, Yang Fan had already used a self-degrading method to step down from the stage. As a result, he didn't have many opportunities to truly interact with scholars. His opponents were either those scoundrels from the imperial censorate draped in the robes of civil officials, or those noble young masters from the great clans who valued their status, or the bloodthirsty Khitan Turks. He had never experienced the sinister skills of these disgusting scholars. Today was the first time Yang Fan had taken action, but he had been met with a soft rebuff. He had nowhere to vent his anger, nor did he have the appropriate means to fight back. Yang Fan gloomily left the Ministry of Revenue and walked back with his head hung low. He did not walk far when he suddenly saw the Ministry of Justice's main door. The 6 ministries were adjacent to each other. Seeing that it was still early, Yang Fan decided to turn into the Ministry of Justice to visit his old friends there. Chun Dong was reading through documents in the Ministry of Revenue when he heard that Yang Fan had arrived. He immediately went out to welcome him and cupped his hands with a smile. "Erlang, what brings you here? You haven't been back in a while. I heard that you have been promoted to Guides Lieutenant General and are in charge of the Featherwood Guard's most elite 1,000 cavalry. Congratulations!" Yang Fan smiled wryly and waved his hand. "Don't tease me. If this continues, I won't be able to continue as a lieutenant general even without being told." Chun Dong was greatly astonished. "What do you mean? Do you think you can't deal with those ruffians with your abilities? Come. Quickly enter the room. Let's sit down and talk." Chun Dong led Yang Fan into the detention room. The two of them sat down and Yang Fan told Chun Dong about the soft rebuff he had received at the Ministry of Revenue. Chun Dong burst out laughing. "Ha ha! It turns out that the crafty and successful Erlang also has a time when he is defeated like this. It's really funny. If Sun Yuxuan heard about this, he would definitely laugh himself to death." Yang Fan said angrily, "You really are a good friend. Seeing me in such a difficult situation, you can still laugh so happily?" Chun Dong said, "Why would I be unhappy?" Thinking back to the beginning, the ruffian and ruthless officials of the imperial censorate, all of the civil and military officials of the court were helpless against them. Even they suffered a big setback under your hands. Today, the Ministry of Revenue's little tricks have left you helpless. What is this called again? Haha, right, this is called the elephant eats the lion eats the worm eats the jackal eats the wolf eats the dog eats the cat eats the mouse eats the elephant. Chun Dong laughed until his tears flowed out. He took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. When Yang Fan heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Dr. Chun, don't tease me. You don't know how important this matter is to me. Hearing you say this, could it be that I have a way to deal with them?" Chun Dong pointed at him with a smile and said, "The Ministry of Revenue making things difficult for you is not the only one. If it were someone else, perhaps they wouldn't be able to do anything. They could only swallow their anger, bribe everyone, and ask for help from all sides. Even so, it is not easy to make the people of the Ministry of Revenue stop making things difficult for you. But for you, this matter could not be any easier." Yang Fan seemed to understand and said, "You are saying, my 1,000 cavalry was formed by imperial edict and you want me to complain to the emperor?" Yang Fan thought about it and then shook his head. That's not appropriate. If the emperor speaks, of course this problem can be solved. But whether it is the emperor or the soldiers under him, they will certainly look down on me because of this. Furthermore, I can't even communicate with them properly on this matter, and still have to ask the emperor to step forward. Let me ask you, who wouldn't be able to do this kind of general? Why did they have to entrust me with the formation of 1,000 cavalry? Chun Dong said, "Of course it's not appropriate. Not only is it inappropriate, but, even if you go to the Emperor, it will be useless. Yang Fan was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "What did you say? Going to the Emperor will be useless? How is that possible?" Chen Dong said, "How is that not possible? You go to the Emperor, and the Emperor summons the Ministry of Revenue to inquire. Fine. If I were the Minister of Revenue, I would not say another word and immediately agree. I would pat my chest in front of the Emperor and guarantee that I would do my best to cooperate and settle this matter as soon as possible. There are no problems, right? If there are no problems, let's go back to calculate and pay the rations." Chen Dong smiled slightly and said, "When I return to the Ministry of Revenue, I will make it clear that I want to allocate money and rations. Please make a detailed list of official documents, paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, horses, fodder, rations, and all kinds of consumption. Also, report to me how much the generals are paid, how much the soldiers are paid, how much they eat, drink, and go to the toilet. There is no problem with me doing things impartially, right? Who can find fault with me? Next, you can go back and wait for the news. You have to give me time to verify the estimate. I will delay you for a few days and make you run back and forth to the Ministry of Revenue. When it's almost time to pay, I will tell you that the signature here is a mess and there is a mess there. I will send it back and list it again. Even if you work through the night to produce a satisfactory report, that is not a problem. Why did I ask you to make such a detailed list? It is to find fault with you. Our Ministry of Revenue feels that this item is not in the list. There seems to be a discrepancy in the calculation of that item. Let's wrangle. If you have the ability, then continue to find the Emperor. In any case, you are a great general with 8 residences and a power that can shake an area. If you can afford to lose face, then go. It is not that we are not willing to do it, but it is against the rules and cannot be done. The Emperor also cannot find fault with me, so what can you do to me? After you find the Emperor a few more times, you will leave the impression of incompetence in front of the Emperor. If you don't find the Emperor, then we will drag this out. By this time, it will be long past the day of pay. At that time, let's see who will be angry at both ends and have smoke coming out of their heads." When Yang Fan heard this, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was cold. With a smile that was not a smile, Chen Dong said, "Erlang, this is just a method that I came up with casually. If I really want to punish you, I still have a method to make you speechless. You have been in the government for a short time. You don't know that this soft knife to kill people does not see blood." Yang Fan sucked in a breath and stood up to solemnly bow to Chen Dong. He said, "Yes. Yang Fan's skills are still a little shallow. I still need Brother Chen to give me some pointers." Chen Dong hurriedly stood up to return the bow. He helped Yang Fan up and said, "You can't do that, you can't do that. I, Chen, cannot accept such a big bow from Erlang. Actually, you, Beta Persei, can deal with things that are more tricky than the Ministry of Revenue's methods. This time you are really confused because you are closely involved." Yang Fan asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Dong said, "That's because the people you faced in the past were either high and mighty bigwigs who disdained using such despicable methods, or they were straightforward, ruthless officials and robbers. You know how to deal with them. Now, you really think of them as refined and respectable officials. You only want to reason with them, but you don't know that when this group of people turns black, they are even more despicable than ruffians. How can you win against them?" Yang Fan seemed to understand something and said hesitantly, "Then, what should I do?" Chen Dong said resentfully, "My Erlang, why don't you understand? You are a soldier now. When a scholar meets a soldier, you can't reason with them. You are a soldier. You don't want to use your fists with them. You insist on following their rules to reason with them. Aren't you asking for trouble?" "Ha! I understand now." Yang Fan's fists and palms intersected, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. This time, Yang Fan really didn't reflect on himself because he was in the middle of the situation. This was the first time he was dealing with these scheming civil officials as a general in the army. He was on their home ground, according to the rules they had set, and following the trap they had laid for him to compete. How could he not lose? He would be in the right to bring this case to the emperor. The problem was that if he went to the emperor to complain, he would be at a disadvantage. The other party had probably already made preparations for this. At that time, even if he had 10,000 reasons, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Since the Ministry of Revenue was clearly making things difficult for him, there was no harm in making a big fuss. If he really wanted to bring this matter to the emperor, he would let the other party do it. Only then would he have the initiative. Yang Fan was suddenly enlightened. He laughed loudly and said, "Dr. Chen's words have enlightened me. I know what to do now. I will go back and make arrangements. I will hold a banquet at the 1,000 gold drunk to thank you. I will definitely find 2 beautiful Huji to drink with you. Haha, I will leave first." Chen Dong was overjoyed. The wine at the 1,000 gold drunk was good, and the Huji there were even better. Unfortunately, the wine at the 1,000 gold drunk was expensive, and the beautiful and enchanting Huji there were even more expensive. With his salary, he usually couldn't bear to go there. Chen Dong hurriedly ran out of the door and waved at Yang Fan reluctantly. He said, "Erlang, it's a deal. It's a deal." The food in the public kitchen was recognized as the best among the 6 ministries by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money and grain. It was the richest among the 6 ministries. The food of the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister was no worse than that of the Prime Ministers of the Political Affairs Hall. As for the food of the Yamen servants, it was also comparable to the food of the other Yamen officials. That afternoon, the aroma of food wafted out from the public kitchen, early in the morning. There were fish and chicken being stewed. The aroma of meat assailed the nostrils. As soon as the Yamen bell rang, the officials of the various ministries rushed to the public kitchen. The officials walked slowly and very politely. They weren't afraid that the food would be emptied. Their portion had already been served by the chef. The Yamen servants, on the other hand, were in a hurry. They were afraid that if they were late, they would only be left with fish heads and chicken feet. The Yamen servants, who were the first to rush to the public kitchen, were about to enter the kitchen when they suddenly heard a shout from afar. Everyone stopped and looked into the distance. This was the Yamen. Who dared to make a ruckus here and speak so rudely? In the Ministry of Revenue, not to mention the scribes, historians, Diensher and Zhanggu, even the Yamen servants were all educated and polite people. Naturally, they wouldn't care. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the source of the noise. They saw a Yamen servant who was guarding the door stagger in from the Yamen. He shouted, "Not good! Military slaves breaking into the Yamen, ouch!" Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. A group of soldiers ran in like mad bulls. Swinging their large feet, they trampled over his body. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the Ministry of Revenue officials, the group of soldiers ran in front of them, swearing and swearing. Swinging their arms, they shoved them to the side and swarmed into the kitchen. What was left in their noses was a strong stench of sweat and sour sweat. Chapter 841. This group of soldiers, who had horses on their arms and people on their fists, barged into the public kitchen, while swearing. They first went to the kitchen, lifted the rice buckets, snatched the vegetable pots, and walked out under the dumbfounded gazes of the fat chef. They sat down on the seats of the officials and petty officials. These soldiers all had big bellies, and their table manners were very ugly. They didn't even use bowls and directly used spoons to scoop rice from the rice bucket. They held plates of vegetables and drank soup. When the officials and bailiffs of the Ministry of Revenue saw this group of rough men, each with fists the size of a bowl and could break them with one punch, they didn't dare to step forward. At this time, the Minister of Revenue and 2 assistant ministers, who had arrived late, heard the news and quickened their steps. When they arrived at the dining hall, they saw dozens of burly men scattered in the public kitchen, splashing soup and rice grains flying. They couldn't help but fly into a rage. The Minister of Revenue relied on the fact that he was a third-rank official in the court, so these soldiers didn't dare to be impudent to him. He shouted, "How dare you? Do you still have the law? You dare to trespass the Ministry of Revenue and rob the public kitchen? Such audacity! This official will not let you off lightly. Where are you, old soldiers? Quickly report your identities and origins." An old soldier's table manners were ugly. It was obvious that he had swallowed the chicken drumstick. He burped and gulped down a mouthful of vegetable soup to calm his breath. Then he looked at him and said, "You talk big. Who are you?" The Minister of Revenue puffed out his chest and said, "This official's surname is An. I am the Minister of the Prefectural Yamen." "You are An Lingyu?" The old soldier glared at him and pointed his half-eaten chicken drumstick at Minister An's face. He roared, "The person I'm looking for is you. An Lingyu. He's that dog official. Beat him up, son of AB*TCH. The soldiers were in an uproar. For a moment, chicken bones, fish tails, vegetable soup and empty rice buckets were smashed towards Minister An like a torrential rain. Minister An turned pale with fright. He covered his face with his sleeves and broke into a run. A pile of rubbish chased after him and smashed out. A few minor officials who were loyal and sincere in protecting their master rushed forward to protect An Lingyu. Everyone was splashed with vegetable soup. Minister An had never suffered such great humiliation before. The vegetable soup flowed down his neck and spread to his back. There was a piece of spinach stuck to his forehead, and a complete fishbone stuck to his head. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. "What a disgrace! What a disgrace! You dare to beat up an official of the imperial court, this official and you." One of the soldiers shifted his huge buttocks, scaring Minister An into running away again before he could finish speaking. The soldier let out a loud fart and picked up a chicken butt to chew on. Minister An was relieved to see that he was not being chased. The Right Assistant Minister Lu Qing did not participate in the operation to make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen. By this time, he had already guessed who had come. He hurriedly suppressed his laughter and pretended to be worried. "Minister, are you all right? These old soldiers are clearly, cough, cough, what do you think we should do now?" Minister An trembled as he pointed at the kitchen and ordered, "Call more bailiffs over and tie them up for me." The left assistant Minister Chiu Lingji covered his mouth and coughed. Minister An immediately came to his senses. The cause was because they were making things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen. If this matter was blown up, it would definitely reach the imperial court. Even if they had to go, they would have to let Yang Fan complain. If the matter was blown up now, the Ministry of Revenue would lose the initiative. Minister An immediately changed his words. "Beat them out! Beat them out!" Minister An gave the order, but which of the bailiffs and bailiffs had the courage to charge into the kitchen? The soldiers of the imperial army were all tall and sturdy. One of them could easily take on 10. The 1,000 horsemen were the most outstanding group of soldiers selected from the imperial army. Each of them was tall and sturdy, their muscles bulging like hills. It was nearing the beginning of summer. Coupled with the fact that they were eating, their bodies were hot. These large men had taken off their robes and wrapped them around their waists. Their arms were bulging with muscles that were thicker than the thighs of the average person. Their chest muscles were so broad that it seemed as if 2 boulders were stuck to it. The muscles on their shoulders were twisted like dragons. It seemed like they could tear a cow in half. Fight with them? Wasn't that playing with their lives? The group of bailiffs and bailiffs only cared about crowding at the door and making a ruckus. Their buttocks were arched back and their feet did not move. The soldiers saw that they did not dare to enter and did not speak. They only cared about eating and drinking. Minister An froze there, not knowing what to do. The left assistant Minister Chiu Lingji advised in a low voice, "Minister, there is no need to pay attention to these rough soldiers. Let them be arrogant for now. When they leave, we can ask them about their origins and directly question their generals. Minister and had no choice but to nod his head. The soldiers ate everything in the kitchen and walked out one by one, burping. As they walked out, the Ministry of Revenue officials who were watching suddenly scattered to the left and right. These soldiers also took out a stalk of grass from somewhere. As they picked their teeth, they swayed their arms lazily as they walked out. These people did not leave the kitchen after they left. They actually went to the door of the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue. They sat on the stone steps and basked in the sun. Minister and was dumbfounded. He said in surprise, "What else do they want to do?" Assistant Minister Chio's eyes turned and he said to Minister and in a low voice, "Minister, I'm afraid we can't pretend to be confused anymore. Quickly send someone to question that young fan. If he dares to sit and do nothing, then he is condoning the soldiers to disturb the Ministry of Revenue. Even if we go to the Emperor to complain, we will still be in the right." Minister and gritted his teeth hatefully and said, "You go. Immediately go to the 1,000 cavalry camp and tell that young fan to come and restrain his subordinates." Assistant Minister Chio said in shock, "This official is going?" And Shangshu glared at him and said, "If you don't go, am I supposed to go?" Minister and waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Assistant Minister Chio thought about going to the barracks to see that group of rough men and was also afraid. When he turned his head, he just happened to see Minister of Granary Jing Zhongbua standing to the side with a distressed expression. Assistant Minister Chio was overjoyed and quickly pointed at him. He said, "Minister Jing, quickly whip the horse and go to the 1,000 cavalry camp to explain the situation. Tell that young fan must restrain his troops. Otherwise, we will go to the Emperor to report him for condoning his subordinates and disturbing the Ministry of Revenue." Minister Zheng was starving. He did not expect that disaster would fall from the sky and that he would have to deal with those rough men in the army. His face immediately twisted into the shape of a steamed bun. With a distressed expression, he said, "Assistant Minister Chio, this official, go!" Chio Lingji waved his large sleeve and imitated Minister and as he swaggered off. Jing Zhongbua stared dumbly at Assistant Minister Chio's back. With a distressed expression, he turned his head. The officials and yamen laborers beside him all ran far away. They shouted to each other, let's go to the Luo River's embankment and eat something." The group of people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Minister Jing sighed with a distressed expression and unhappily went to prepare the horses. When the Ministry of Revenue officials who had a careless lunch at the food stalls by the Luo River's embankment returned to the yamen, they found that the soldiers were still sitting on the steps and basking in the sun. Fortunately, they did not cause any trouble, so the officials were slightly relieved. Very quickly, the lunch break was over. The bell rang and the yamen went to work. The officials from the various prefectures and other yamens that had come to the Ministry of Revenue to handle affairs walked in one after another. The soldiers who had rested for a day and had already digested their lunch saw the people from the various departments and yamens enter the Ministry of Revenue and immediately became spirited. A large man pointed at the scars on his body and painfully complained, "Everyone, come and see! I am a member of the Imperial Army. I have fought for the court, killed enemies, and performed meritorious deeds. But now I can't even pay my salary. If the Imperial Army can't pay their salary, I'm afraid this court is finished." Another soldier took out a black bread from his bosom and held it in his hand. He complained in grief and indignation, Look, it's right and proper to be a soldier and eat their salary. But my whole family can only eat this to survive. I pity my 80-year-old mother and my 3-month-old child. They have no way to survive. My family can't even eat this kind of bread. The Ministry of Revenue says we don't have money or food. Everyone, look, this is the food the Ministry of Revenue's people prepared for lunch today. Look, there's chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Even a petty official eats better than what my family ate during the New Year. It was unknown who brought out a few cold dishes of leftover soup, as if performing a magic trick. A gathering of grievances was held in front of the Ministry of Revenue. The people from the other yamens who had come to handle affairs wanted the Ministry of Revenue to be as lively as possible. Besides, the food the soldiers brought out was truly unbelievably good. People didn't worry about scarcity, but they worried about inequality. How could they feel that it was fair? Even those who had requests from the Ministry of Revenue and couldn't openly express sympathy for these soldiers could only shake their heads and sigh with a sad expression. Everything was said without words. This made the minister, who was hiding in the great hall and peeking out through a crack in the door, feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't dare to go out because these soldiers would really dare to cause trouble and beat him up. If the dignified Minister of Revenue was beaten up by a group of soldiers in front of his own yamen, he would lose a lot of face. Minister didn't dare go out, but he couldn't stand the soldiers causing trouble. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Right now, he could only hope that Yang Fan would quickly come to the Ministry of Revenue and take the troublemaking soldiers back. As Minister raised his head in anticipation, Yang Fan finally arrived. Minister Zheng's cheeks were swollen, his clothes were in disarray, and his hair was disheveled. It was as if he had been raped as he led Yang Fan in. When Minister Zheng arrived at the Thousand Riders camp, he had someone report in. When the soldiers heard he was from the Ministry of Revenue, they immediately turned hostile. A group of soldiers pounced on him and slapped his face a few times. Minister Zheng became dizzy and didn't know what to do. Following that, he suffered a number of punches and kicks and was ravaged by a group of soldiers like a bundle of crop stalks for a while. Only then did Yang Fan arrive. Fortunately, these soldiers remembered General Yang's warnings and didn't act too harshly. Although Minister Zheng was in a sorry state, his injuries weren't serious. Minister Zheng angrily and hatefully told Yang Fan why he had come. Yang Fan immediately flew into a rage and immediately ordered people to drag away all the soldiers who had beaten the court officials and give them military beatings. It was a pity that Minister Zheng didn't see the scene of those crude soldiers being spanked because Yang Fan had already impatiently led his horse over and was about to go with him to the Ministry of Revenue to recall those daring soldiers. Minister Zheng could only lead Yang Fan back to the Ministry of Revenue at top speed. As for his sorry state, he intentionally didn't tidy it up along the way. He wanted to let his superiors see just how much he had suffered for the Ministry of Revenue. Who is it? Who is it? Who has the audacity to disturb the Ministry of Revenue? Yang Fan raised his horsewhip and angrily charged into the Ministry of Revenue. Ministerin, who had been hiding in the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue and didn't even dare to open the door, saw Yang Fan arrive and immediately acted as if he had seen his savior. He quickly made his clothes even more disheveled and hurriedly opened the door. With quick steps, he walked out and said without a word, "General Yang, you have finally arrived." Chapter 842. Did Minister not know that these people had been sent by Yang Fan? Of course he knew. But he thought that since Yang Fan had arrived, this farce should end. These people had broken into the Ministry of Revenue, stirred up the kitchen, beat up the minister, and caused such a ruckus in front of the officials from the various ministries. Was Yang Fan not worried that the Ministry of Revenue would retaliate? Since he had come, it was clear that he felt that the matter had been stirred up. He did not want it to end badly. It would be fine as long as this embarrassing farce ended immediately. These soldiers were ruffians and did not care about their face. He was a two-ranked Jinshi and the current minister of the court, so he still cared about his face. Once he sent these ruffians away, he could slowly deal with them. Yang Fan saw Minister An's enthusiastic expression and hurriedly grasped his hand. He affectionately asked, "You are?" The disheveled Dr. Jing quickly came over and said, "This is Minister An of the Ministry of Revenue." Minister and looked at Dr. Zheng's appearance, and couldn't help but jump in fright. He cried out, "Dr. Zheng, what's wrong?" Dr. Zheng was overcome with sorrow and said with a distressed face, "Minister, and this lowly official was beaten by those soldiers who don't know etiquette. Minister, when has our Ministry of Revenue ever suffered such a big loss? Those soldiers really don't care about us." When this lowly official arrived at the 1,000 cavalry camp, Yang Fan hurriedly stopped him. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This general and Dr. Zheng have already talked it over. There's no need for Minister to worry. These soldiers are crude and uncultured. This general will order them back and strictly discipline them. Minister, please don't be angry." After Yang Fan finished speaking, he immediately turned to the group of soldiers and sternly shouted, "Who allowed you to leave the camp and come to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for pay? Didn't this general already say that the pay will be delayed for a month or 2 at most? Do you still have any military discipline or laws?" And Xiao Yuka, who was also from the Xuan workshop, said in a mystifying tone, "General Yang, you own a shop, so of course you don't have to worry about food and drink. However, my entire family relies on this lowly one's share of the army's pay to get by. You may be able to wait for a month or 2, but this lowly one's family cannot. In a month or 2, our whole family will starve to death. What's the use of paying the soldiers then? How dare you? Disrupting the Ministry of Revenue and even contradicting your superior. Men, take him down." Yang Fan's face turned ashen as he shouted sternly. Ren Wei and the other bodyguards immediately pounced towards Xiao Yuka like wolves and tigers. "Who dares to come over?" Before Xiao Yuka could speak, the ruffians beside him, who had run to the Ministry of Revenue to cause trouble, had already flown into a rage. One after another, they blocked Xiao Yuka's path. Someone said, "The Emperor doesn't need hungry soldiers. It's only right and proper for soldiers to eat their pay. General Yang, do you think you're fit to be a general? They're intentionally making things difficult for you and deducting your rations and pay, yet you're still groveling and wagging your tail to beg for pity. There's a saying that a soldier is one and a general is one. It's true. If it weren't for an incompetent general like you, how could our brothers' rations and pay have been cut off? You still want to show your might to your own brothers? I don't recognize you as a general." They shouted fiercely, but Yang Fan was even fiercer. He stomped his feet and cursed, "Him and him, take them down as well. First, give them 20 strokes of the stick. You're rebelling. Military law is like the heavens. Do you think this general can't punish you?" Ren Wei and the others pounced on the ruffians. The ruffians immediately broke out in curses. "We don't have food to eat. You can't make the decision. We only came to the Ministry of Revenue to eat leftovers and cry out our grievances to the masters of the various yamens and departments. You, a dog official, are abusing military law. We don't accept it, we don't accept it, we don't accept it." Dozens of people said, "We don't accept it," in unison. Their voices shook the roof tiles. Both sides began to fight. Looking at the situation, Minister and thought that Yang Fan really did not know about the situation and actually fought with his own people. At first he was very surprised, but then he was not surprised at all. As soon as the two sides began to fight, they grabbed and smashed anything they could find. All around, there were some bailiffs holding water and fire rods on guard. The rods in their hands were all snatched away. Both sides began to fight with full force in front of the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue. Ren Wei and the others were weak hands and weak feet. They only knew how to bluff. They were not the ruffians' match at all. They suffered several punches in succession. In a sorry state, they fled to Yang Fan's side and anxiously called out, "The soldiers are in a mutiny, we can't block them head-on. General, quickly run." Yang Fan turned pale with fright. He turned around and ran toward the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue. He had the spirit of loyalty. Before he left, he did not forget to pick up Minister and Minister Zheng had been beaten by those ruffians for a long time. As soon as he saw these ruffians were running wild and leading their own officers to beat them up, he screamed in fright and crouched down next to a pillar. Hoo-hoo! Those ruffian soldiers brandished their whistles and fought their way into the main hall, as if they were chasing after Yang Fan, this dog official. But clatter-clatter they smashed everything they saw, and snatched anything valuable they saw along the way. Carrying Minister and on his back, Yang Fan ran like a wolf, circling around the pillars, dodging in all directions, looking extremely battered and exhausted. The officials from the various government departments who came to handle affairs one by one revealed their identities to the soldiers to avoid being caught in the crossfire. They then stood in the middle of the courtyard, looking around, their eyebrows dancing with joy. With a boom sound, the 9-style classic state plaque hanging in the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue was also smashed down by those crazed soldiers. It fell heavily to the ground, making Minister An's heart jump with fear and trepidation. Yang Fan carried him and escaped through the back door. He said, "The Imperial Army's soldiers have always been stubborn and arrogant. This time the Ministry of Revenue is in arrears. Ben General understands the difficulties of the Ministry of Revenue, but these rough fellows do not understand the difficulties of the Wei Guojingbian state. They only care about their own food and do whatever they want. It is really annoying. Right now, Ben General is outnumbered and has no other choice. Wait until I go back and mobilize the troops, then we can catch them and punish them severely." General Yang, before Minister An could finish his sentence, he saw Yang Fan abandon him and lead his personal guards to escape without a trace. Minister An was very speechless. This Yang Fan's pretense is really good. Isn't it obvious that he is playing with me? But Yang Fan was obviously playing with him. By going through this suppressing procedure, he was not afraid that Minister An would report this to the imperial court. Just as Minister An was feeling hate and annoyed, Dr. Zheng with disheveled hair appeared out of nowhere. In a panic he said, "Minister, it's not good. Those slave soldiers broke the lock of the storehouse. They say that if the Ministry of Revenue does not pay, they will take the items in the storehouse to pay the debt. Paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, firewood, and candles have all been stolen by them." Hearing this, Minister An was unable to restrain his anger. Thumping his chest and stamping his feet, he said, "Preposterous, preposterous! Yang Fan, this official and you cannot exist under the same sky." Minister An had just made his oath when the Right Assistant Minister Lu Qing ordered 2 scribes to carry a ladder and hurriedly ran over. He ordered someone to erect the ladder to the top of the wall. Lifting his robe, he climbed up. When Minister An saw this, he shouted, "Assistant Minister Lu, where are you going?" Lu Qing turned his head and saw that it was Minister An. He hurriedly said, "Minister, leave quickly. Those ruffian soldiers have gone crazy. They are robbing and smashing everything in the yamen. They are beating anyone they see. I can't stay any longer. I can't stay any longer. Aya, they are coming. Minister, leave quickly." Minister An turned his head and saw that several imperial soldiers were fighting fiercely. They were rushing over from the distance like charging bulls, their feet stomping on the ground. Minister An was shocked. At this time, he no longer dared to maintain his status. If he really took a punch, even if the emperor killed that slave soldier, he would not be able to get his body back in one piece. Minister An hurriedly chased after Assistant Minister Lu and climbed up the ladder. When Dr. Zheng saw this, he quickly hid behind the lotus vase by the wall. Minister An usually lived like a prince and never ran, much less climbed a ladder. In his anxiety he actually climbed very quickly. In a flash, he caught up to Assistant Minister Lu and climbed up the high wall. The 2 imperial soldiers, one carrying a box of candles and the other a box of inkstones, ran to the bottom of the wall. When they saw the ladder, they kicked it, causing the ladder to fall to the side. With a bang sound, it shattered the large vase. The water in the vase flowed out and drenched Dr. Zheng, who was squatting behind the vase. Minister An and Assistant Minister Lu were standing on the top of the wall. The wall was at least 2 zhang high. Standing on top and looking down made them dizzy. In addition, the top of the wall was tiled, so their feet were slippery. The two quickly sat down on the top of the wall, afraid that if they were not careful, they would fall half to death. Several officials on the other side of the wall had already seen this and shouted, "Who is on the wall? How dare you cross the Ministry of Appointments?" Assistant Minister Liu hurriedly said, "Don't make a sound. I am Assistant Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue. This is our Minister An." Minister An's old face was red with embarrassment. Holding onto the top of the wall, he turned his face and scolded Dr. Jing, who was squatting at the foot of the wall. "Idiot! Why aren't you lifting the ladder?" Dr. Jing wiped the water off his face and stood up, wanting to lift the ladder. But the ladder was stuck in the cracked vase and couldn't be pulled out at all. At this time, the Ministry of Appointments was running around to spread the news. The scribes, officials, and yamen servants of the various departments all ran out to see what was going on. Seeing the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister of Revenue on the wall, everyone laughed and laughed. Not long after, the heavenly official Yang Qi of the Ministry of Appointments also heard the news and rushed over. Seeing Minister An on the wall, he couldn't help but throw his beard and laugh. He cupped his hands at the bottom of the wall and winked at him, saying, "Minister An, you really are in a good mood. In broad daylight, what do you want to reward by climbing up the high wall?" Minister An cupped his hands at the wall to return the greeting. With a bitter smile, he said, "Heavenly official Yang, don't make fun of me. That group of ruffian soldiers, that group of scoundrels, that Yang Fan." And Shangshu suddenly turned his head and roared furiously at Dr. Jing, who was still hugging the ladder and struggling against the wall. "You idiot! Don't you know how to pick up a rock and smash the vase?" The Ministry of Revenue Yamen was a mess. Minister An stood in the midst of the mess, gritting his teeth and laughing coldly, like a winter plum on a branch. Left Assistant Minister Chiu Lingji said hatefully, "The 1,000 riders are so reckless. Minister should report them to the Emperor and see how he explains it." Minister An rolled his eyes at him and said, "If the Emperor asks why the 1,000 riders are making a ruckus at the Ministry of Revenue, what should he say? It's not like you don't know what the Emperor's attitude is toward people who are close and distant." Assistant Minister Chiu said, "But you and I are 3rd or 4th rank officials of the court. Our Ministry of Revenue is the Yamen of the 6 ministries. How can we allow these ruffian soldiers to make a ruckus? Right now, our Ministry of Revenue has become the laughing stock of the 6 ministries. Where is the face of the court? Where is the dignity of the minister? Minister An raised his hand to stop him from speaking. He said coldly, "Go and tell General Wu what happened here. Just say that if he doesn't come out to resolve this matter, when those ruffian soldiers come again, I will have no choice but to submit." Assistant Minister Chiu exclaimed in shock, "Minister An." Lingyu flung her sleeves and said with an ashen face, "If Yang Fan was like how he dealt with the Supreme Court when he was in charge of the Ministry of Justice, trying to find the opponent's weaknesses and use them as leverage, it would be easy for this official to deal with him. But this official really didn't expect that Yang Fan would put on such a ruffian face. That group of slave soldiers have nothing to lose. If this matter were to be brought to the Emperor, this official would be the one who would lose all face. You took responsibility for this matter, so deal with it as you see fit." Finished speaking, Lingyu flicked his sleeve and left. Assistant Minister Chiu muttered a few times and could only stamp his feet and hurriedly leave the Fu to find General Wu. Chapter 843. When Wu Yizong received the news from Assistant Minister Chiu, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He hadn't thought that Yang Fan would dare to use this kind of method to deal with the Ministry of Revenue. Wu Yizong smiled coldly at Assistant Minister Chiu. "Go back and tell Minister An that this general will take troops to the Ministry of Revenue tomorrow morning. It's fine if those ruffian soldiers don't come, but if they do, I will use their heads to wash away the humiliation your Ministry of Revenue has suffered." Assistant Minister Chiu worriedly asked, "Won't this cause too much of a commotion?" Wu Yizong smiled brightly. "It's just the death of a few small soldiers, what's the big deal? Even if they cause a commotion in front of the emperor, they will only receive a single reprimand from the emperor. Don't forget what the Jin Wu guards do. We guard the capital day and night. If they dare to attack the Ministry of Revenue, this general will execute them. What can Yang Fan say?" Assistant Minister Chiu nodded repeatedly. "That's good. Then I will reply to Minister and accordingly. I won't hide it from Wang Yi. If you still don't appear, Minister and really won't be able to hold out. The Ministry of Revenue has already become the laughingstock of the 6 ministries, but this matter can't be publicized. Then I'll leave it to Wang Yi. This Chiu will take his leave." Assistant Minister Chiu hurried back to report to Ministerin. When Ministerin heard that Wu Yizong was coming with troops to uphold justice for him, he finally calmed down. The next morning, the ruffian soldiers came again. The officials guarding the gate had learned their lesson. These soldiers had even dared to beat up the minister, so who would dare stop them? Under the fawning smiles of the officials guarding the gate, the ruffian soldiers charged into the Ministry of Revenue and split up to take action. Someone charged into the public kitchen and ordered the chefs to make more delicious food and increase the amount. There was still a group of brothers who didn't have anything to eat at noon and would be beaten if they didn't listen. Someone charged into the public houses and took everything that could be exchanged for money. They said they were going to sell it to pay for the soldiers' pay. Anyone who dared to stop them would be beaten. These people were clearly robbing, but Minister N was in the wrong and didn't dare to take it seriously. They weren't a match for them, so there was only one place to go. Because this army was too special, whether it was the Minister of War or the Prime Ministers of the Political Affairs Hall, none of them could control the 1,000 horsemen. If they wanted to fight this lawsuit, they could only argue it in front of the emperor. Regardless of whether it was in the Ministry of War or the Political Affairs Hall, with his status and experience, Minister N would be able to speak with reason. However, in front of the emperor, he lacked the confidence. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yizong was the one who invited him, he wouldn't have found such a troublesome opponent. Dr. Zheng was in the room reading documents when 2 soldiers barged in. Dr. Zheng took a look and immediately took out the key from his waist. With a frown, he said, "There aren't many valuable things in this room. There is a stack of blank paper over there. You 2 can take it and exchange it for some money." "Oh, this is the key to the storeroom." The 2 soldiers chuckled and said, "At least you're sensible." One of them boldly walked over to pick up the paper, the other walked over to the table and picked up the key. Seeing that there was still an inkstone and a box of ink pad in front of Dr. Zheng, he quickly grabbed them as well. Looking around, he snatched the writing brush from Dr. Zheng's hand, which was still hanging in the air, and then he boldly walked out. Bang! Dr. Zheng slammed the table and angrily roared, "I can't do this job anymore!" "HM?" One of the soldiers who had just walked to the door stopped in his tracks and furrowed his thick eyebrows to look back at him. Dr. Zheng quickly smiled and said, "This official isn't talking to you." "Humph." The soldier arrogantly left. Dr. Zheng hatefully stood up and said with grief and indignation, "This job that Assistant Minister Chiu took, that 1,000 horsemen, is the emperor's personal army. How can they be manipulated as they please? Right now, our Ministry of Revenue allows people to come and go as they please, and we're helpless. That king of Hanoi doesn't keep his word and isn't willing to come out. I'll go find Minister N." Dr. Zheng waved his sleeve and walked out angrily. A moment later, Dr. Zheng's voice came from outside. It was elegant, gentle, and very refined. Everyone, the storeroom is over there. You have to be reasonable, you can't make a move against this official." Wu Yizong didn't keep his appointment because he had no other choice. In reality, he had brought his men and horses early in the morning and was prepared to rush to the Ministry of Revenue to put up a front. But when he mounted his horse and rushed out of the camp with his knife in hand, he was shocked to see Wu Sanxi standing outside the camp, glaring at him. Wu Yizong was very surprised and quickly went forward to ask about his cousin's background. Wu Sanxi brought him back to the Jin Wu guards camp and asked directly, "Let me ask you, was it your idea for the Ministry of Revenue to deliberately make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen?" Wu Yizong was somewhat surprised. Seeing his cousin's expression, he seemed to be very unhappy. Could it be that he should not stand up for his son? Wu Sanxi saw his hesitation and coldly snorted, "The son of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, married your daughter, Wu Yizong. The Ministry of Revenue has no reason to make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen. If it wasn't for you, I can't think of a reason for the Ministry of Revenue to make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen." Wu Yizong smiled awkwardly and said, "Cousin is wise. This matter was indeed my idea." Wu Sanxi asked, "What grudge do you have with the 1,000 horsemen? Why are you making things difficult for Yang Fan?" Wu Yizong cried out, "Cousin, you have wronged me. What grudge do I have with Yang Fan? Am I not doing this to stand up for your precious son?" Wu Sanxi was stunned and quickly understood. His face darkened. "It was Chong Sun who found you?" Wu Sanxi slammed the table heavily and scolded, "This useless thing, it's a waste of my painstaking teachings." Wu Yizong disapprovingly said, "Cousin, who hasn't been young before? How can a young man endure having the love of his life taken away by someone else? I don't see anything wrong with Chong Sun's actions." Wu Sanxi angrily said, I think you are regressing as you live. Chong Sun is insensible and you, as his uncle, are messing around. Don't you know what the 1,000 horsemen is? If the 1,000 horsemen can't pay their soldiers, won't they become a big joke if this matter is brought to the emperor? Do you think this is some roadside army 1,000 miles away? No matter how you beat them up, they can't do anything to you? The people who often walk in front of the emperor are the most important and trusted soldiers of the emperor. Your Ministry of Revenue says that they can't pay their soldiers. Can such a stupid reason do anything to him? Even if Yang Fan sent his troops to cause trouble in the Ministry of Revenue, what can the Ministry of Revenue do? They don't have a legitimate reason, they don't have a strong voice. In the end, they can only let others bully them, and can't even let out a fart. Wu Yizong scratched his head and did not know what to say. Wu Sanxi said, "The joke from the Ministry of Revenue has already spread all over the city. Apart from that aunt of ours, there's no one who doesn't know about it. I think in a day or two, once the news reaches Secondjang's ears, even aunt will know. At that time, the unlucky ones might not be the imperial army." Wu Sanxi talked non-stop. Seeing that Wu Yizong was showing his pig-riding general character and was silent, Wu Sanxi softened his tone and said, "Yizong, looking at the current situation, Aunt has made up her mind to pass the throne to you. The imperial army in the capital is mostly in the hands of the Wu clansmen. Isn't it obvious what Aunt's motive is by increasing the number of horsemen to 1,000? At night, only the Yulin forest guards the palace and the 1,000 horsemen are the most important. Although the imperial army is in the hands of the Wu clansmen, the border army, the prefectural army, and the hearts of the people are in the hands of the Li clan. If Aunt passes away and the Wu clan wants to do something, these 1,000 horsemen will be the key. The Li family has 1,000 horsemen in their hands. They can rely on the strength of the palace to defend. They can rely on the success of the 1,000 horsemen to retreat. They can defend and wait for the troops that come to rescue the king. If they retreat, they can escape from our hand. Then, they can summon the troops from all over the world to rescue the king. If you want to conquer the world, these 1,000 horsemen are very important. At this time, I'm afraid it's not enough for me to offer favors to recruit him. Aren't you forcing him to turn to the Li family? How could Wu Yizong's pig head have thought of all these things?" Listening to Wu Sanxi's analysis, he couldn't help but mumble, how would I know cousin had such plans? I haven't heard that you two are in contact with each other these days, and that cousin Qian Qi-ching hasn't interfered either. I thought cousin had already broken off relations with Yang Fan. What a pighead! Wu Sansi glared at him in exasperation and said, Interfere with 1,000 cavalry? The 1,000 horsemen is my aunt's closest armed force. What are you trying to do by interfering? Look at the Qianqi, there are still 2 empty positions. Among all the civil and military officials in the imperial court and the relatives of the emperor, is there anyone who has come to Yang Fan and tried to make a plan for his descendants? Everyone let him do whatever he wanted, and no one dared to get involved. But it's you, this scoundrel. Wu Sansi let out a breath and smiled contentedly. Fortunately, Aunt still thinks that I am deeply resentful because Yang Fan escorted Lu Ling back to the capital. Aunt doesn't want Yang Fan, who is in charge of the army for her, to lean to any side, but she also doesn't want Yang Fan to completely fall out with any side. This palm is really hard on Aunt. In 2 days, I will hold a family banquet. This was specially suggested by my aunt. I can openly rope in Yang Fan. Of course, on the surface, I can't appear too close to him. When the time comes, you will also be there. I will mediate between the 2 of you and resolve the grudge between you 2. Wu Yizong hesitated. Today, Wu Sansi said, today, I'm afraid you are going to the Ministry of Revenue to find trouble with Yang Fan? You can't go. This matter will end here, and you will not make things difficult for Yang Fan again. Minister and had been tormented twice by that group of soldiers and had already lost all face. Furthermore, the Prince of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, who had promised to appear and help, had not come. In a rage, Minister and immediately ordered the Minister of Revenue, Chao Han, to allocate the funds in full and was not allowed to deduct a single one from the Qianqi. Assistant Minister Chiu still wanted to put in some effort for his in-laws, but the Ministry of Revenue, which had suffered greatly, treated him coldly and completely ignored his ideas. Assistant Minister Chiu immediately became the target of tens of thousands of people. When the news reached the Qianqi, those soldiers who were in charge of pretending to be soldiers and causing trouble at the Ministry of Revenue were deeply regretful. These 2 days they had eaten well, played well, and were very refreshed. Now that the Ministry of Revenue had given in, without this reason, how would they have the chance to strut around the Ministry of Revenue, roar at the deputy ministers and assistant ministers, and punch those yamen laborers? How nostalgic! Yang Fan knew that the grudge between him and the Ministry of Revenue was set in stone, but the wonderful thing was that he was a soldier, and minister and could not control him. The only thing minister and could control was the provisions, but as the emperor's personal army, Yang Fan had already demonstrated that they had nothing to fear. On this point, the Ministry of Revenue could not be casually manipulated like they did with normal troops. Unless Minister and was transferred to be the Minister of War and Yang Fan sent out 1,000 cavalry, Minister and would not have a chance of getting revenge. But the chances of Yang Fan sending out 1,000 cavalry was not high. If he really did send out 1,000 cavalry, he would probably have already risen to the level of a great general that even the Minister of War could not act rashly against. Furthermore, the possibility of minister and being transferred from a minister in charge of money and grain to a minister in charge of troops and horses was minuscule. He probably would not be able to get revenge for this. Chapter 844. After Yang Fan resolved the Ministry of Revenue matter, he also inquired about the relationship between Assistant Minister Chiu and Wu Yizong. In reality, even if he did not inquire, he would have quickly found out about this matter. This was because Ministerin, who had lost all face, was not willing to carry this joke. He had already sent people to secretly leak the news and let the entire court know that this time, it was Assistant Minister Chiu of the Ministry of Revenue who had been asked by his in-law, Wu Yizong. Who was Wu Yizong? It was the king of Hanoi. It was the great general Zhuo Jinwu. It was a member of the Wu clan. With this, the ridicule of the court was immediately directed to Wu Yizong. From beginning to end, this great General Wu had not shown himself, had he? Yang Fan had smashed the signboard of the Ministry of Revenue, stolen the 4 treasures of the study, occupied the kitchen of the Ministry of Revenue, and forced the minister and assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue to sit on the fence. Where was this prince of the Wu clan, the great general of the Jin Wu Guards? Minister An's reputation and status could not be compared to Wu Yizhong's. Since there was an even more important person behind Minister An, then people naturally would not ridicule Minister An, but instead turned to ridicule Wu Yizhong. Yang Fan did not know the true reason why Wu Yizhong was opposing him, but he secretly raised his guard. Coincidentally, Wu Sanxi had sent someone to invite him to the banquet. Yang Fan wanted to use this opportunity to dissolve the enmity of the Wu clan as much as possible. Wu Zetian did not look like she was about to die, and this was not the time to publicly break off relations with the Wu clan. However, he did not expect that after being taught a lesson by Wu Sanxi, Wu Yizhong, who had already decided to give up, would bear a grudge against him again because of the ridicule of the rumors. Wu Yizhong did not reflect that he had taken the initiative to find trouble with Yang Fan, nor did he consider that the ridicule of the rumors had nothing to do with Yang Fan. He only felt that because Yang Fan had made him lose face, he could only find Yang Fan to get it back. Originally, he wanted to vent his anger on Yang Fan for Wu Chongxuan, but this time, he wanted to save his face. Yang Fan didn't know that because of the rumors, he had first offended Wu Chongxuan, and now he had offended Wu Yizhong. On this day, when he was preparing to go to the Martial House's banquet, he was still discussing the next step with Su Liang. Su Liang said, "Clothing and rations, the Ministry of Revenue will no longer make things difficult for us, but sabers, spears, bows, arrows, armor, weapons, and horses will still need to be requested from the Department of Ordnance and Imperial Servant Temple. Currently, other than the original 100 cavalry soldiers who had war horses, weapons, and armor, the newly recruited soldiers were all dressed in cloth clothes and were barehanded. Without weapons and war horses, there's no way to practice formations and train soldiers." Yang Fan nodded his head in agreement and said, "Previously, for some reason, Wu Yizhong actually instigated the Ministry of Revenue to deliberately make things difficult for us. Fortunately, the Ministry of Revenue was in the wrong first, and that group of civil officials were the most concerned about their dignity. They sent some soldiers to make a fuss, and that minister and couldn't bear it and relented. Otherwise, even if the case was brought to the emperor and delayed the payment of wages, it would still be a problem. Now that the Ministry of Revenue has learned their lesson, they won't dare to make things difficult for us in this area. But I don't know if the Imperial Servant Temple and the Department of Ordnance were also entrusted by Wu Yizhong. Seeing the Ministry of Revenue's situation, will they change their minds?" Su Liang said, "As for the situation at the Imperial Servant Temple, I'm not very clear. However, the government has always placed the most importance on horses. Although the Imperial Servant Temple's officials aren't very prominent in the court in front of the emperor, they are still people who can speak. And the Department of Ordnance is the most important of the 5 departments that report directly to the court: the Imperial Household Supervisor, the Department of Ordnance, the Department of Ordnance, the Department of Generals, and the Department of Water. The current Department of Ordnance is Wu Xizhong." Yang Fan was startled and said, "Wu Xizhong? That pig-riding general's brother?" Su Liang said, "That's right, it is that pig-riding general's younger brother, the Prince of Lin Chuan, Wu Xizhong." Yang Fan's expression immediately darkened. Su Liang said, "Against the Department of Ordnance, we definitely can't use the method we used against the Ministry of Revenue. The people we sent to the Ministry of Revenue to cause a ruckus, but in reality, we still paid attention to propriety. But if this prince of the Wu clan flared up, he really would dare to kill all the people we sent." Yang Fan said seriously, "I understand. Today, when we go to the Liang household, I will take the opportunity to find out the cause of the enmity. If it can be resolved, it would be best to resolve it. Creating enmity with the Wu clan is really not a smart move. Su Liang said, "Fortunately, General, this matter can be resolved. If it were us, we could only be at the mercy of others." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Don't try to console me. I think the reason why they are making things difficult for us is because of me. If this 1,000-rider general wasn't me, the dignified emperor's personal army wouldn't have been made so difficult." About a mile away from the north peace gate of Luoyang, there was a temple on the east side of the imperial road. The temple wasn't big and didn't have a lot of incense burning. Its beauty lay in the high terrain. Below it was a watchtower. The buildings were exquisite and the bamboo and cypress trees formed a forest. It was truly a wonderful place to cleanse one's mind. If one didn't want to waste half a day going to the Golden Grain Garden, this place was also a scenic spot. At this moment, there were a few young men and women sightseeing here. Looking at their bright clothes and the servants, it was obvious that they were all noble young masters and daughters of rich families. Occasionally, there would be a few poor scholars visiting this place. Before they could shake their heads and recite a few crooked poems, peep at the beautiful ladies, and fantasize about the beautiful dream of a rich girl falling in love with a poor scholar, they would be blasted away by the servants of the rich families in green clothes and small hats like wild dogs. Under the jujube tree was a grass mat, and beside it was a small table with cups and plate. Fresh fruits and fine wine were all prepared. The green and white jujube blossoms on the tree would fall from time to time, scattering all over the ground. Not far away there was a thicket of lilacs. The fragrance was refreshing. There was an old locust tree with a swing tied to it. A few women's clothes fluttered in the wind, swinging the swing high into the air. There were endless exclamations of joy and laughter. There were also some ruffians who pretended to go for a walk and wandered around. Unfortunately, the girls were holding their skirts so tightly that they couldn't see the spring scenery under their skirts. A few kites were flying in the deep blue sky. On a flat patch of grass, a few young men were playing kuju. Some of them had feelings for each other, and unwittingly they got together. The young man threw her a petal of a flower, and the young lady glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. It was a very interesting scene. Today's outing was hosted by the noble princess. Her Royal Highness, who was becoming more and more timid as she grew older, persistently acting as a matchmaker. Today, not only were the beautiful ladies and daughters invited, there were also many young masters from rich families. The young men and women were traveling together. It was only because of this old princess that no one would gossip. In fact, everything she did was mainly to facilitate the marriage between the Wu and Li families. Not everyone was qualified enough for the old princess to act as a matchmaker. The grass was like a carpet, the flowers were like embroidery, the bridge was painted with flowing water, it was like a poem or a painting. Li Guo was like a fish in water in this kind of environment. She became more and more beautiful. The girls from the other families were either sitting at the table, drinking a glass of grape wine, reciting a poem or two, exchanging flirtatious glances with the rich-dressed youths. Or they were not in the mood to talk to the men at all. A few of the girls were playing on the swing, flying kites, having a great time. Li Guo could not play with them at all. Here, everyone was very relaxed and she did not need to pretend to be a little lady. She was chasing butterflies among the flowers for a while. When she saw the fish in the stream, Li Guo was immediately interested. She took off her shoes and pulled up her skirt and went into the water to catch the fish. Wu Chongxuan stood at the end of the bridge and stared at Li Guo, who was laughing and catching fish in the stream. He was already scared out of his wit. Although his father Wu Sanxi did not send anyone to the Li family to reject the marriage because of Wu Chongxuan's death remonstrance, the matter of the engagement was delayed indefinitely and Wu Chongxuan did not dare to push too hard. But towards that fairy-like beauty, it was as if he was suffering from lovesickness. He did not want to eat or drink, he only wanted to see her. Today, he specially created this opportunity for them. It was arranged by the noble princess after she accepted his generous gift. Li Guer's red skirt was tied at her waist, exposing her two beautiful calves. The clear water flowed past, stirring up two white waves on her calves. Her delicate and beautiful jade feet in the water looked like two pieces of beautiful jade sinking to the bottom of the water. Wu Chongxuan unknowingly walked down the bridge. He was still staring at the girl in the stream, intoxicated and infatuated. Li Guer had actually noticed him a long time ago. It was just that her parents had not told her about her marriage arrangements because the other party had not made it clear. She did not know that her parents had already made arrangements for her. She thought that because she was young, her parents did not want her to marry. Therefore, she did not have any special thoughts about today's gathering. However, she had heard from the noble princess that the person standing at the end of the bridge was the son of Wu Sanxi. Li Guer knew that he was the son of the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi. On one hand, the Wu family had persecuted the Luling family. There was hatred in her heart. On the other hand, the Luling family could not even defend against the Wu family's persecution. For Li Guer, who worshipped power and strength, she instinctively wanted to get close to them. Therefore, she deliberately raised her buttocks and chest in the water, making all kinds of enchanting movements. Seeing that the Wu family's little prince was intoxicated, she was secretly proud. After pretending for a while, it was not good to stay in the water, so Li Guer turned and walked to the shore. It seemed that she had just seen Wu Chongxuan. Li Guer exclaimed and showed a trace of shyness on her face. She quickly put down her skirt, but the water wet the skirt again. The red skirt wrapped around her beautiful legs, making her even more beautiful. Seeing this, Wu Chongxuan quickly saluted and apologized. This little prince was rude. I saw the princess catching fish here and scared the fish away, so I did not dare to speak. I didn't mean to peep. Forgive me, forgive me. Little prince is too polite. I was just startled to see someone on the shore. I didn't mean to blame you. Li Guer pursed her lips and smiled. Her small hand patted her chest. Her appearance made Wu Chongxuan even more infatuated. He quickly said, "The princess' skirt has been splashed by the stream. Please come ashore." Li Guer complied and walked to the shore in an extremely graceful manner. Suddenly, she cried out and fell into Wu Chongxuan's arms. Wu Chongxuan was shocked into a daze when the fragrant, soft, and lithe figure entered his embrace. He didn't even dare to think about such fortune, but it actually came. Chapter 845. Wu Chongxuan was pleasantly surprised. His soul almost flew out of his body. By the time he regained his senses, he wanted to stretch out his hand to support the girl and be a considerate protector, but Li Guer had already left his embrace. She lowered her head shyly and said, "I'm really sorry, your servant's feet were wet and I couldn't stand properly." It's okay, Wu Chongxuan's face flushed red. Looking at the pretty face that was splashed with a few drops of sparkling and translucent water droplets in front of him, he really couldn't restrain himself. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged her, bending down to kiss her tender and beautiful cheeks. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me. Don't be presumptuous." Li Guer was half serious and half fake. She hurriedly struggled and dodged left and right to prevent him from giving in. Her tone gradually became stern and she scolded, "Little prince is being rude. I'm going to shout for help." "Please don't." Wu Chongxuan hurriedly let go. He saw that Li Guer was embarrassed and angry. Her face was as beautiful as a blossoming peach blossom. His chest was agitated. He did not care about the soft soil under his feet and knelt down. He repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Princess, please forgive me. Princess, you're as beautiful as a fairy. It's really hard for me. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." Li Guer saw him kneeling down and was stunned. In her heart, the Wu family was a powerful existence that even an imperial princess like her could not offend. The person in front of her was the eldest son of Wu Sanxi, one of the two leaders of the Wu family. How could he? Could it be that he was so infatuated with her? Li Guo was bewildered, but she did not ask him to get up. She only probed, I am an unmarried girl. Little Wang Ye molested me like this and sullied my innocence. Isn't this destroying my reputation? You must not commit such an act again. Wu Chongxuan heard that she was forgiving him. He was overjoyed. He kowtowed again and said, I won't do it again. But if you change your mind and stop being angry with me, I'll do it even if I have to sacrifice my life for you. This Wu Chongxuan kowtowed sincerely, not caring about the dirt on his forehead. Li Guo saw this and couldn't help but laugh. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her small hand that was like an orchid covered her mouth, her eyes curved into crescent moons, extremely mesmerizing. When Wu Chongxuan saw that he had made her laugh, he couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh as well. Looking down, he saw a pair of snow-white feet stepping on the ground, her toes like reclining silkworms, extremely cute. There were a few stalks of grass on her feet, and the black soil under her feet made her feet look even more like beautiful jade. She couldn't help but be even more infatuated. When Li Guo saw him like this, she gradually confirmed that this person was infatuated with her to the extreme. How could there be such a fool in this world? Li Guo was surprised and delighted. She blurted out, Is what you said true? Wu Chongxuan said, Absolutely true. I am willing to do anything for you. As long as I can make you smile, I will die without regret. Li Guo thought to herself, Are there really men in this world as stupid as King Yu of Zhou? Thinking about this, Li Guo said, You men are used to sweet talk, who would believe you? Wu Chongxuan was so excited that his face turned red. He raised 3 fingers and said, I dare to swear to heaven and earth that I will be honest. Li Guo rolled her eyes and said half-truthfully, Who wants you to swear? I don't believe you. If you are not lying to me, then, you can lick my feet clean. Wu Chongxuan was stunned. As the son of Prince Liang, when did he do such a despicable thing? Li Guo was originally speaking in a half-joking tone, afraid that she would really anger this Wu family's little prince. When she saw him stunned, she was afraid and quickly said, all right, I was just joking with you. Quickly get up. Hearing her tone, Wu Chongxuan was afraid that she would not believe his sincerity. He lowered his head and looked at her little feet. They were snow-white, as smooth as jade and as soft as satin. The black soil on her feet did not seem dirty at all. Instead, it made her feet look like a pair of snow lotuses that grew out of the soil. Then he looked at Li Guo's dress, which was wet and stuck to her legs. The red dress slightly reflected the shape of her strong and beautiful legs. Her skin color was alluring. His heart immediately warmed up. In his eyes, there was nothing dirty about this fairy-like person. If he was asked to do anything for such a beauty, he would be willing to do it. Wu Chongxuan said, All right. I will lick your feet clean. As he said this, he stretched out his hands and held one of Li Guo's feet. When his fingers touched Li Guo's soft and delicate ankle, his heart swayed. Without hesitation, he stuck out his tongue and licked the sole of her foot. Ah! Li Guo cried out in surprise. She could not believe that a dignified Jun Wang would actually do such a thing for her. Her entire body froze in shock. When she came back to her senses, she saw Wu Chongxuan sucking her toes with an infatuated look on his face. He did not care about the soil and grass on her toes at all. Wu Chongxuan sucked clean Li Guo's toes and reluctantly moved towards the soles of her feet. Li Guo was like when her family's big dog licked her toes when she was young. She felt an unbearable itch and could not help but giggle. She quickly struggled free and said, All right, don't lick anymore. I believe you. Li Guo withdrew her feet. Wu Chongxuan spat out a mouthful of soil and still had the taste of wanting more. Quickly get up. If other people see you kneeling in front of me, it would be unseemly. Quickly get up. By now, Li Guo was convinced that this little prince was extremely infatuated with her. Her fear disappeared, and when she spoke again, she was no longer polite. There was a faint hint of a commanding tone in her voice. Wu Chongxuan obeyed and stood up. He stood there obediently. He felt that he and the fairy in his heart were even skin to skin. It was incomparably sweet, and he could not help but giggle foolishly. Li Guo was annoyed and amused at the same time. She pouted and said, "All right, today is a tour. The little prince should be with those noble young masters. What's the point of being alone with a girl like me? Quickly go." Wu Chongxuan said, "What's there to associate with those people? Princess has just returned to Luoyang not long ago and is not familiar with this place. I am willing to be your tour guide and let you enjoy yourself." Li Guo shook her skirt and said, "It's up to you. Don't come too close to me in case people start gossiping." Wu Chongxuan had never been so obedient to his father. He followed behind Li Guo obediently. There was a distance of 3 feet between them. If Li Guo went east, he would go east. If Li Guo went west, he would go west. He was even more obedient than an old dog. Your Highness, have you heard the recent rumors?" Wu Chongxuan played with Li Guo for a while, and gradually became familiar with her. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the question that had been stuck in his heart like a thorn. When Li Guo tried to kiss Yang Fan on the street that day, she was seen by many people. She could not help but feel guilty. After that, she secretly inquired about it. She knew that this matter had already spread like wildfire. Fortunately, her parents did not know about it. Now that Wu Chongxuan asked hesitantly, Li Guo knew what he was going to say. Her heart tightened, but she pretended to be ignorant and asked, "What rumors?" Wu Chongxuan hurriedly told her about the matter. Halfway through, he saw that Li Guo's face was getting uglier and uglier. He could not help but timidly shut his mouth. Li Guo's tears were like a broken string of pearls. She sobbed and said, "How can the people of Luoyang be so dirty? Is it fun to humiliate an innocent girl's reputation?" When Wu Chongxuan saw Li Guo crying, his heart ached as if it was something. He repeatedly apologized, "Princess, don't be sad. I absolutely do not believe this. Princess, don't cry anymore." Li Guo took advantage of the situation and said, "You say you don't believe it, but you obviously believe it in your heart. I followed my father back to the capital. There were many dangers along the way, and I risked my life several times. It was Yang Xiaowei who saved my life. This is a life-saving grace. I see Yang Xiaowei as my own brother. There were times when I met him by chance on the street. There were also times when I invited him to ride in the same carriage. When I saw my brother, I invited him to ride in the same carriage to reminisce about their sibling friendship. What's wrong with that? Yet, there are those who gossip." Li Guo choked and said, "What, kissing on the street? Not only has it tarnished my reputation, it has also shamed my benefactor. How can Guo bear it?" Wu Chongxuan thought, "Her reaction is so intense. It shows how much she cherishes her innocence. I have really misunderstood her. At this time, she still feels guilty for implicating her benefactor. How kind of a person she is." The more Wu Chongxuan thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Li Guo continued, "What, kissing on the street? I see Yang Xiaowei as my own big brother. The younger sister is acting coquettishly in front of her brother. Her words are a little coquettish. When she pouted, those filthy people saw it and started to talk nonsense. Just now I even fell into the young prince's arms. Luckily no one saw it. If someone saw it, they would definitely say that I am shameless and threw myself into the young prince's arms." The more Li Guo said, the sadder she became. She could not help but said angrily, "This kind of thing is getting worse. How can I refute it? Forget it. I can only die to prove my sincerity." As Li Guo said this, she was about to rush to the small bridge and jump into the water. Even though the water was only up to her knees. "You must not." Wu Chongxuan rushed forward like an arrow. He once again displayed the kneeling-down skill that he used in front of his father. He hugged Li Guo's legs and knelt down in front of her. He begged, "It is my fault. I believed the rumors and hurt Princess's heart. It is all my fault. Princess, please do not commit suicide." As Wu Chongxuan said this, he was still afraid that Li Guo'er's anger was not appeased. He raised his hands and slapped himself hard. Li Guo'er covered her face and sobbed. She said, "Quickly get up. You are the young prince of the Liang Palace. How can you behave like this? If others see you, I don't know what kind of rumors will spread." Wu Chongxuan saw this and became obedient. "Princess, if I get up, I must not be angry anymore." Li Guo'er said, "I am not angry anymore. Why don't you get up?" Wu Chongxuan stood up and said regretfully, "In the future, if someone spreads such rumors and slandered Princess's reputation, I will definitely not let him off easily if I hear it." Li Guo'er's forte was to read people's minds. At this moment, she had already seen through this Wu Chongxuan's thoughts. She did not expect that the heir of the Liang household, which she feared the most, would actually be so servile in front of her. Li Guo'er was both surprised and delighted, secretly pleased with herself. However, she kept a straight face and deliberately said coldly, "The innocent will know their innocence. I dare not trouble little prince. Otherwise, who knows what kind of ambiguous relationship this servant has with little prince." There were still 2 lines of tears on her cheeks. She raised her pretty face and said, "It is really not good for me to show my face in front of others. I will be going back now. I will have to trouble little prince to help me inform Her Royal Highness. Then, call my carriage out. I will be waiting at the intersection ahead." Wu Chongxuan was panicking. He quickly said, "Little prince will send princess back to the city." Li Guo'er said this because she wanted to create an opportunity to be alone with him. She had already realized that if she could have this Liang Palace's heir in her hands, it would be very important to her and her father. Listening to Wu Chongxuan's words, she did not comment. She only snorted coldly and walked away with a flick of her sleeve. Chapter 846. The purpose of the princess's trip was to bring Wu Chongxuan and Li Guo'er together. When she saw that Wu Chongxuan had come to bid farewell to her on Li Guo'er's behalf, she smiled knowingly. She thought that the 2 of them had already fallen in love with each other, so she was naturally happy to see it happen. Wu Chongxuan hurriedly summoned Li Guo'er's carriage and his own guards. He rushed to the side of the road and saw Li Guo'er standing there like a blooming spring flower. Wu Chongxuan hurriedly dismounted and courteously invited Princess Annel to board. He automatically became her escort, escorting Li Guo'er's carriage to the Imperial Road. Li Guo'er lowered the curtain and secretly observed Wu Chongxuan, who was in high spirits on horseback. She subconsciously bit her pinky again. Everything that had happened today was like a strange dream. She still needed some time to digest it. The carriages reached the Imperial Road and turned in the direction of the Imperial Palace. At this moment, Yang Fan arrived with Ren Wei and a few other guards. Even though Yang Fan wasn't familiar with Wu Chongxuan, he recognized him. Yang Fan had visited the Liang estate several times in the past, and he had seen this heir before. As he followed the Imperial Road, he saw the banner of King Liang's heir from afar. Yang Fan was a bit surprised. King Liang's family banquet? Why is the heir so ostentatious? Is he not participating in the clan's banquet? Yang Fan slowed down his horse. When he got closer, he saw that King Liang's heir was indeed there. He cupped his fists and said, "Heir?" Wu Chongxuan hadn't expected to see Yang Fan here. His expression and mood immediately became extremely strange. Just a moment ago, he had viewed Yang Fan as a rival in love. However, after Li Guo'er's tearful complaints on the small bridge in the temple's backyard, he couldn't bring himself to make things difficult for Yang Fan anymore. In particular, he remembered every word that Princess Annel had said. Princess Annel had said that she regarded Yang Fan as her elder brother. If he offended her elder brother, what would he do if the beauty no longer cared about him? But for Wu Chongshuan to let go of the knot in his heart and treat Yang Fan as his own big brother, Wu Chongshuan could not adapt to this drastic change. Just as he was feeling awkward, Li Guo'er lifted the curtain and called out to Yang Fan cheerfully, "Brother Yang." Li Guo'er thought for a long time in the carriage. That dreamlike feeling finally settled into reality. She knew that she had used her beauty to conquer a subject, and it was the most loyal one at that. The great heir of King Liang was actually willing to lick her toes. This person could forget about escaping from her clutches. Just as she was feeling pleased with herself, Yang Fan arrived. Li Guo'er was also quite surprised. She did not expect to meet Yang Fan here. She changed her mind and happily went out to greet him. She had already told Wu Chongshuan that she regarded Yang Fan as her benefactor, as her biological brother. If she did not act naturally and gracefully at this time, Wu Chongshuan would be suspicious. "Brother Yang, where are you going?" Yang Fan looked at Li Guo'er, then looked at Wu Chongshuan. He smiled and said, "I was just about to attend the banquet at the Liang Palace. Is the Crown Prince and the Princess traveling together?" Li Guo'er said, "At the invitation of the Princess. Today I'm traveling with many noble young masters and the minister's daughter to the northern outskirts of Luo City. I don't like the tricks of those nobles, so I'm going to trouble Xiao Wangye to send me back to the city. Brother Yang is going the same way as me. Quickly get in the carriage, I want to have a chat with you." Li Guo'er's move was very clever. The more natural and unrestrained she was in front of Wu Chongshuan, the less suspicious Wu Chongshuan was. It's just that, although Enlu regarded Yang Fan as her brother, they were not biological brothers. The woman's carriage was not very wide, so the two of them sat side by side. Wu Chongshuan thought, "I am Enli's future husband, but I have never sat side by side with her. Letting Yang Fan go up, it's not nice." Wu Chongshuan smiled and said, "General Yang and I are old acquaintances. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and I want to catch up. Why don't you and I walk side by side and talk as we walk?" Yang Fan felt that Li Guo'er was too daring. When he heard Wu Chongshuan's words, he felt relieved and immediately nodded happily. "That's exactly what I want." Li Guo'er had already figured out Wu Chongshuan's thoughts. How could she still care about this Crown Prince Liang whom she respected and feared before today? Her pretty face immediately turned serious and she looked at Wu Chongshuan and said, "Brother Yang is going to the Liang Palace for a banquet. If Xiao Wangye wants to chat with Brother Yang, it's fine even if we talk until late at night. My family lives in the palace and it's rare for me to see Brother Yang. Xiao Wangye, will you allow me to catch up?" Wu Chongshuan was already enchanted. How could he dare to object to Li Guo'er's words? He immediately said awkwardly, "Princess is right. If that's the case, please board the carriage." Yang Fan always felt that there was a strange atmosphere between the three of them. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what it was. In fact, since the last encounter on the street, he gradually felt that this Li Guo'er was not so simple. But now that Wu Chongshuan was next to him, if he didn't board the carriage, it would seem that he had a guilty conscience. In desperation, he abandoned his horse and boarded the carriage. As soon as Yang Fan boarded the carriage, Li Guo'er raised her hand and let down the curtain. When she let down the curtain, a pair of extremely charming eyes even glanced at Wu Chongshuan provocatively. Wu Chongshuan secretly comforted himself, "It's my fault. I spoke rudely just now and made Enlu unhappy. She's deliberately angering me. That must be it." Although the curtain was let down, the movements inside could be seen from the outside. Yang Fan was not worried that Enlu would dare to harass him. So as soon as the curtain was let down, Yang Fan's face sank and he said in a low voice, "What do you want to do now? Do you really not care about your reputation?" Li Guo'er said with grievance, "Brother, why are you more and more rude to me? You've saved my life and my father's life. You're my family's great benefactor. You and I have been husband and wife. Why are you being so cold to me? What did I do wrong?" As soon as Yang Fan heard her mention this, he was somewhat discouraged. He couldn't argue with Li Guo because he always felt that she was not telling the truth. The scene in the wisteria cave on the yellow bamboo ridge was like a thorn in his heart. Thinking about it later, he felt that she was not a young girl who had just experienced the world. Yang Fan could only ease his tone and said, Junju, in the past, I didn't know your identity and made a big mistake. Now that your father is about to become the crown prince, Junju will soon become the princess of the Tang dynasty. I already have a family. It's impossible for me to have any relationship with the princess. Since it's like this, Junju is extremely intelligent. I believe I don't have to explain it too clearly. Li Guo wept sadly and said, What you said makes sense. Of course I understand, I couldn't help it. Li Guo spoke in a melancholy and sorrowful tone. Her beautiful countenance was brimming with tears. If any other man heard this, he would be moved. Immediately, the small head commanded the big head. He felt the beauty's great kindness. He would be willing to sacrifice his life for this woman. From then on, he would be like Wu Chongxuan, obediently a slave under her skirt. However, Yang Fan was different. Although Guo was beautiful, he would not be captivated by her beauty. The cloud of doubt in his heart lowered Guo's pretentious charm. Yang Fan could not question her too harshly, so he advised, If you take one step further, you will harm others and yourself. If you take one step back, everyone will be happy. Junju suffered for 16 years at the Yellow Bamboo Ridge. It's not easy for you to return to the palace. Don't make a mistake. How could Li Guo listen to Yang Fan's words? She loved this kind of adventure, the thrill of playing with fire. She loved the feeling of having a man in the palm of her hand. It was like a kind of power that made one feel as if they were floating in the clouds. It was fascinating. The Crown Prince Liang Wu Chongxuan prostrated himself at her feet. He was willing to live as a slave. This further fueled her wild ambition. The more Yang Fan kept a respectful distance from her, the stronger her desire to conquer. If she could not conquer Yang Fan and make him obediently follow her orders, she would not be satisfied. This feeling was very complicated. Perhaps she really liked Yang Fan. Perhaps it was just like the cat that she had raised in the beginning. She felt that she had paid the price, so she must get it back. Or perhaps Wu Chongxuan's conquest had made this royal country maiden, who grew up in a small mountain village and had ascended to the highest echelons of the empire, uncertain about her own position. Her wild ambition had expanded too quickly. She did not have the breadth of mind and wisdom that had matured in the process of climbing up step by step. That was why she had lost herself. However, she enjoyed playing with fire. She bit her lip. She was very unwilling to accept her own failure. She thought in her heart, My beauty can make the great crown Prince Liang willingly become a slave. Why can't I conquer you? Hence, a soft hand that was placed on the couch quietly stretched out and held Yang Fan's hand. She grabbed Yang Fan's hand and gently placed it on her youthful and supple thigh. Yang Fan was startled. He raised his eyes and looked at her. He scolded in a low voice, Are you crazy? Li Guo said sweetly, I can't see clearly from the outside. The tips of her brows and the corners of her eyes were full of lust. Her eyes were as moist as spring water. She stared fixedly at Yang Fan. Using an extremely seductive and charming voice, she said, There are so many royal sisters, aunts, and even grandaunt. They can all live freely. Why are they so demanding of me? Compared to them, do you think I have suffered less? Yang Lang, I am your woman. You can't deny this, can you? As Li Guo spoke, she gently grabbed Yang Fan's hand and moved it along her supple thigh toward her own peach blossom bud. Yang Fan did not expect her to be so shameless. The disgust in his heart deepened. His palm tightened and grabbed her thigh. It was like an iron pincer, making it difficult for him to move. It was so painful that Li Guo was about to cry. Yang Fan's face was as cold as ice. He coldly said, In the gentleness Fang, there are countless men who spend the night there. If every man who spends the night there has slept with a woman and treated her as his, then wouldn't the man be as stupid as a pig? Ligueur already knew what kind of place the gentleness Fong was. Her face immediately changed. She hatefully said, "What do you treat me as?" Yang Fan coldly said, "It's not what I treat you as, but what do you treat yourself as?" Ligueur hatefully stared at Yang Fan. Her expression changed several times. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, her expression relaxed. She suddenly smiled sweetly at Yang Fan. She gently lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "What do I treat myself as? Of course I treat myself as your woman, your slave. As long as you like me, I will do anything for you. I am willing." Wu Chongxuan rode his horse beside the carriage. He did not want Ligueur to look down on him. He was afraid that she would hate him for not trusting her. So he did not dare to stare at the carriage. He could only use the corner of his eyes to look. Although the gauze was thin, he could not see anything. He pricked up his ears to listen carefully, but he still could not hear anything. He thought about it carefully and laughed at himself. How can I use dirty thoughts to measure her? That would be blasphemy against a fairy. Besides, what can happen in public? I have to be open-minded. I must not let her think that I am narrow-minded. But if I can make a beauty happy, then anything for her is worth it. Chapter 847. After entering the city from the North Gate, they would enter the Imperial Palace from the Black Tortoise Gate. Wu Chongxuan naturally had no excuse to continue protecting the flower. He had previously said that he wanted to reminisce with Yang Fan, so he could only watch Ligueur's guard of honor drive towards the majestic and solemn palace in the distance. Yang Fan stood beside the horse and also watched the carriage go far away. Under the tall city wall, the wind blew slowly from a distance and just happened to rub the mist-like gauze curtain. In the carriage, there was a beautiful and graceful figure. It was difficult to see clearly, just like the ever-changing thoughts of the person in the carriage. No one was born the same. Some things of nature gradually formed as they grew up and eventually became the most essential thing that distinguished them from others. If Yang Fan had not experienced a great disaster when he was young, wandered from place to place, and had a fortuitous encounter, would he be today's Yang Fan? Perhaps he was still living in Shaozhou, going to the market every half a month and going to the city every 3 months. Most of the time, he lived in that small valley with his wife and children, who were as simple and inarticulate as him. His sky was only so big, his land was only so wide, and in his heart there was only such a small home. Xiao Man was used to a hard life since she was young. A beggar had finally changed her fate, but some things that had been deeply engraved in her bones would not change. Until now, she still liked to make money. She would use the money she earned to make more money, or exchange it for land and real money, hiding it in the place that she thought was the safest. Originally, Anu had a happy family, but after a great drought, everything changed. She was pushed into a dry well by her biological father. For her father, that was the most helpless action. Perhaps he was already numb from hunger at that time, but if he was still alive, that scene of the past would definitely be a nightmare that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. For Anu, who was still very young at that time, she could not understand these things. When that skinny girl who was only 6 years old crawled out of the dry well step by step with her face covered in blood, the wound could no longer be healed. From then on, she sealed her heart, until that winter desert, when Yang Fan used his own blood and life to open the lock on her heart. Wanner had been confined to the palace since she was a child. Her greatest joy was when she accompanied the emperor to the Dragon Gate. She dismissed her attendants and ran alone in the uninhabited forest to release the emotions she had been suppressing for a long time. Her country was burdened with peace. Most of the time she was like a politician. She had no time to think about how to be a wife, a mother, or a woman. Every adult had traces left on their bodies by fate since their childhood, as if they had been chopped out by an axe and a chisel. The current Li Guo couldn't have become like this overnight. What exactly did she experience? What had she become? The wind from afar swept over, brushing past the curtains of the carriage. The curtains then turned into a ball of misty surging fog, brushing past Wu Chongshuan's eyes. His eyes still lingered on that jade-like dimple, brushing past the tip of Yang Fan's hair. His thoughts were in a mess, full of confusion. Oh, it's a pink skeleton? There were clearly more people attending Wu Sanxi's family banquet this time. Wu Chengxi's health was deteriorating by the day, and everyone in the Wu clan was well aware of this. Even those who were still watching from the sidelines and hadn't decided to rely on Wu Sanxi didn't want to give him any face at a family banquet where they couldn't clearly choose a side. As usual, there would be some people who weren't treated as outsiders at the banquet. The greater the clan, the more so, unless you wanted to show that you didn't have many friends and connections. However, there weren't many people who were fortunate enough to be invited by Wu Sanxi today. Apart from the Sanxi 5 hounds, there were only 4 people in total: Zhang Yizhi, Zhang Changzong, Li Zhongruan, and Yang Fan. Song Zhishuan and Li Jun, who were jokingly referred to as King Liang's 5 great hounds, had to come. Otherwise, how could they be considered trusted aides? Moreover, it was unavoidable for them to recite poems to match the scenery. These people were all scholars, and they could help the host flatter himself. Li Zhongruan was the prince of Luling's eldest son, and he had been invited to witness the friendship between Yang Fan and Wu Sanxi. The Zhang brothers were both a cover and a way to keep an eye on Li Zhongruan. Li Guo was a young girl, so she wouldn't attract much attention if she left the palace to enjoy the sights and socialize. The prince of Luling's heir could represent his father to a large extent, so it would be difficult for him to casually leave the palace to interact with others. Since the 2 Zhang brothers had arrived, the empress and imperial consort were naturally seated at the head of the table. The host of the banquet, Wu Sanxi, was also seated below them. The prince of Luling's heir, Li Zhongruan, and the prince of Liang's heir, Wu Chongshuan, who had rushed back in time, were seated across from Wu Sanxi. Surprisingly, the one seated below Wu Sanxi was Yang Fan. From the looks of it, the father and son were supposed to receive the 2 honored guests separately. However, the prince of Luling's heir had come in place of his sick father, so he should have sat together with Wu Sanxi. However, Wu Sanxi had arranged for Yang Fan to sit beside him, leaving his son to accompany the prince of Luling. This was very thought-provoking. It must be understood that in the officialdom, seating arrangement was also a form of knowledge. Other than flattering heir Zhang, Wu Sanxi only chatted cheerfully with Yang Fan. Because Wu Yizong, Wu Yi, and other members of the Wu clan were also flattering heir Zhang, Wu Sanxi spent most of his time chatting and laughing with Yang Fan. Because the banquet was too noisy, the 2 would often whisper in each other's ears, and all of this was seen by Li Zhongruan. This prince of Luling's heir was 19 years old, and he was Li Xian's second son. The eldest concubine's son, Li Zhongfu, was 2 years older than him. Because the prince of Luling's 4 sons and 7 daughters, actually there were 8 daughters, but one of them died at a young age, were born to different imperial concubines, their ages weren't all that different, and there were quite a few siblings born in the same year. The 19-year-old Li Zhongruan had been banished from Luoyang when he was only 3 years old, and had been trapped deep in the mountains. His mind was pure, and he didn't understand the ways of the world. He didn't notice Yang Fan's smile and response at all, and was just acting reluctantly. The so-called intimate scene between him and King Liang was completely a result of Wu Sanxi's enthusiasm. The 2 Zhang brothers were good at singing and dancing, so how could everyone at the banquet not please them? After about 30 minutes of drinking, Zhang Yizhi walked up to the banquet and began to sing a song. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, Wu Chongshuan received his father's signal and stepped forward to invite Zhang Changzong to join the singing. The Wu clansmen, Sanxi, the 5 dogs, and even the 2 Zhang brothers all began to sing and dance. Li Zhongruan wasn't good at singing and dancing, so he was forcefully dragged out by Wu Chongxuan. He clumsily began to dance along with everyone else. As he turned around, he suddenly noticed that Wu Sanxi and Yang Fan's seats were empty. His eyes darted around, and he happened to see Wu Sanxi and Yang Fan walking side by side, talking as they walked. They were slowly strolling toward the winding corridor in the distance. Yang Fan was half a step behind Wu Sanxi, following half a step behind. Wu Sanxi said, "Erlang was ordered by the emperor to establish the 1,000 horsemen, and everything is still in the process of being organized. This prince heard that the Ministry of Revenue has been making things difficult for you regarding the army's provisions." Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a smile, "I didn't expect this matter to even alarm your highness. There were indeed some Ministry of Revenue officials who put on airs and deliberately made things difficult, but this matter has been resolved." Wu Sanxi chuckled and said, Erlang used the soldiers' unreasonableness to deal with the Ministry of Revenue officials' sophistry. It was a brilliant move. You can be unreasonable, but they can't. They dared to make things difficult for the emperor's personal army. Minister and must have lost his head a little, thinking that Erlang, you are easy to bully. As they talked and walked, they saw a pavilion in front of them. The window was open, and there was a round table in the middle of the hall. Someone was already sitting there. Seeing the two of them coming, that person stood up. It was the Prince of Hanoi, Wu Yizong. No one knew when he had quietly left the family banquet and came here alone. Wu Sanxi pointed to Wu Yizong with a smile and said, "This is the Prince of Hanoi, my cousin Yizong. Erlang must have met him before." Yang Fan smiled and cupped his fists to Wu Yizong, saying, "Yang Fan pays his respects to the Prince of Hanoi." But in his heart he was secretly puzzled. Why did Wu Sanxi put on such a show? Could it be that he wants to mediate between us? The corners of Wu Yizong's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. Wu Sanxi secretly glared at Wu Yizong, then said to Yang Fan, "I want Erlang to know that when the Ministry of Revenue made things difficult for you for no reason, it was actually my brother who caused trouble." Yang Fan already knew, but hearing this, he put on a surprised expression and cried out involuntarily, "Is that so? How did this Yang offend your highness to cause your highness to be unhappy? This Yang is frightened and really does not know. I hope your highness can enlighten me." Wu Sanxi said, "Isn't it because you protected the Prince of Luling back to the capital? Yizong thought that you wanted to make an enemy of my Wu clan, so he deliberately made things difficult for you. It is also this prince's fault for not telling him your difficulties. After learning of this matter, I have already taught him a lesson. Today, I specially invited the two of you together so that Yizong can apologize to you in person." As Wu Sanxi spoke, Wu Yizong made a gesture of bowing, but his back was very stiff. It seemed that he would not be able to bend down without the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Yang Fan rushed forward to support him, saying repeatedly, "You can't, you can't. This is really too much for this lowly official. In fact, to be able to resolve this misunderstanding and not make an enemy of the Prince of Hanoi, this lowly official is already very lucky." Wu Sanxi said with a smile, "If Erlang no longer blame this prince's impetuous brother, then please take a seat. Let us drink a cup of wine together and forget the grudge with a smile." As Wu Sanxi said this, he first sat down behind the table. Glancing at Yang Fan, he casually said, "Don't take what happened back then to heart. Now that my son has taken a liking to Princess Annel, this prince will soon propose to the Prince of Luling. At that time, the two families will become one, and the grudge of the past will naturally disappear like smoke." The front hall was very lively. Wu Sanxi, Wu Yizong, and Yang Fan had left, but no one seemed to notice them. After the dance, everyone returned to their seats and continued drinking. Li Zhongruan took this opportunity to ask Wu Chongxuan, "I see that General Yang seems to be very familiar with the old prince?" After returning to the residence, Wu Chongxuan had already received his father's instructions and knew the purpose of this family banquet. Hearing this, he replied, "Yes, my father has always favored General Yang. It can be said that General Yang was able to embark on an official career because of my father's strong recommendation. In the past, when General Yang was framed by Li Junqian and imprisoned, it was also my father who appeared to save his life. When General Yang got married, my father, as a prince, condescended to attend the wedding and gave the couple a generous gift. My father has always treated General Yang like a nephew, and General Yang is also deeply indebted to my father." Hearing this, Li Zhongruan could not help but be secretly alarmed. After learning that Yang Fan had established the 1,000 cavalry, the Prince of Luling, Consort Wei, and Li Zhongruan had privately discussed to make friends with Yang Fan and secretly rope him in. At this time, hearing that Wu Chongxuan had been coaxed out of him, Li Zhongruan's heart immediately turned cold. This matter cannot be done. Chapter 848. Yang Fan felt that he had gained a lot from this trip to the Wu family's banquet. Yang Fan was very clear that this was not the time to publicly break off relations with the Wu family. If someone jumped out to be the enemy of the Wu family at this sensitive time, when Wu Zetian was preparing to choose a successor and arrange the future of the empire, he would definitely be seen as an enemy by Wu Zetian and eradicated. As a new noble of the court, the unfortunate Ji Su had been demoted to county lieutenant by Wu Zetian just because he had arrogantly shouted at Wu Yizhong in a moment of arrogance and contempt, and had been kicked out of the capital. Moreover, Wu Yizhong made a big mess in Hebei at that time, causing the establishment of the Great Zhuorong Empire, the division of the Khitan Empire, and the submission of the Shi Empire to the Turks. Under such circumstances, the female emperor still sided with him. Yang Fan fought with Minister and of the Ministry of Revenue as the Lieutenant General of 1,000 cavalries. At first, it was because he did not know who the mastermind of Minister and was, and the payment of the army could not be delayed. Later, when he learned that Assistant Minister Chiu and Wu Yizhong were related by marriage, Yang Fan secretly broke out in a cold sweat and secretly regretted his carelessness. Li Duozhua was the general of the Left Feather Royal Guard and the most direct general in the imperial army of the northern Yamen. But when he was in Hebei, because the generals of the Wu clan made a fool of themselves and failed again and again, the emperor ordered him to lead the army. However, Wu Yi and Wu Yizhong still did what they wanted and tried their best to suppress him. He could do nothing about it. Yang Fan was not as important as Li Duozhua now. How could he fight against the people of the Wu family with 1,000 cavalries that had not yet formed an army? When those ruffian soldiers made trouble at the Ministry of Revenue the next day, Wu Yizhong did not appear. Minister and was angry and gave in, so the matter was resolved smoothly. Yang Fan did not know that the reason why Wu Yizhong did not appear was because he was intercepted by Wu Sanxi. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been like that. The people he sent would have been decapitated by Wu Yizhong in public, causing a shocking massacre. Once things reached this point, Yang Fan would not let his brothers die in vain. If this lawsuit was brought before the emperor, even if he had thousands of reasons, it would only slightly dampen Wu Yizhong's edge. He would be reprimanded, or symbolically demoted from his official position. The price he had to pay was to completely break off relations with the Wu clan and be abandoned by Wu Zetian. Even those ancient sages couldn't be impartial and selfless, let alone Wu Zetian, who was an old woman, who had always been biased towards the Wu clan. He could feel Wu Sanxi's sincerity towards him. With Wu Sanxi's current position, if Wu Sanxi wasn't sincerely trying to recruit him, there was no need for him to condescend to show goodwill. Through Wu Sanxi's mediation, the conflict with Wu Yizhong was resolved. He believed that the following trips to the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple would be very smooth. As expected, Yang Fan's trips to the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple were very smooth. Yang Fan took less than an hour to go to the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple. The entire matter was successfully resolved. The Department of Ordnance, Wu Xizhong, and the Imperial Servant Temple, by Isho, both promised that the military equipment and horses needed for the 1,000 horsemen would be taken care of within 3 days. Yang Fan was overjoyed. He originally estimated that if everything went smoothly, he would need a day to finish visiting the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple. He didn't think that it would go so smoothly. After finishing this important matter, Yang Fan saw that there was still more than half a day left. He remembered that he had an agreement with Chun Dong of the Ministry of Justice, so he went to the Ministry of Justice. When Chun Dong heard that Yang Fan wanted to invite him to the Golden Hairpin Drunkenness for a drink, he immediately took leave and left with Yang Fan. Good wine came in one goblet after another. In any case, he wasn't the one paying, so he just drank to his heart's content. The enchanting and gorgeous Hu Ji called out 4 times in one breath. 2 of them were twisting their bodies like snakes in front of him, dancing the kind of dance that would easily make a man blush and gasp for breath. 2 huge round plates of August 15th swung back and forth under that slender water snake waist, like the moon in the water, a stone thrown into the water, creating ripples in an instant. The other 2 Hu Ji twisted around Dr. Chen's body like snake. When Dr. Chen got drunk, the 3 of them were entangled together. All kinds of unbearable situations made Yang Fan raise his eyebrows. He never thought that Dr. Chen, who had always been cautious and serious, would be so flirtatious after getting drunk. The 4 Hu Ji quickly heard that the person who was paying today was the pretty boy next to them. This person was young and handsome. He was more popular with women than the black, fat-bearded man next to him. They were willing to throw themselves at him, not to mention that this person was young and rich. The other 2 Hu Ji, who were drenched in sweat from the dance, immediately entangled him. Yang Fan was shocked. He quickly went around the 2 beautiful snakes and said with a smile, "You 2 help Mr. Chen to the back and serve him well. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave the reward with the shopkeeper. Whoever can please Mr. Chen more will get an extra reward." Finished with his instructions, Yang Fan made his getaway without a trace. He could still hear Dr. Chen, who wanted nothing more than to raise his spear and mount his horse in the private room, being helped up by 2 strong and healthy women. While walking in the sky toward the back of the room, he leisurely recited, "The clouds are rolling and the clouds are unfolding, watching the birds enter and leave at the front door. Not startled by the favor or disgrace, watching the flowers bloom and wilt in the rear courtyard." Yang Fan was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that the always cold and rigid Dr. Chun Dong was actually such a man on the outside. Dr. Chun had transformed into an eloquent scholar, the king of bed, and single-handedly challenged the 4 blonde Hu Ji. Yang Fan didn't know whether he would be able to preserve some of his remains after the wheel battle in front of the Peach Blossom Cave. This was no longer within Yang Fan's consideration. After returning Dr. Chen's favor, he went home to accompany his pair of lovely children for a while, and then went to the military camp. 3 days later, as promised, the Department of Ordnance delivered the weapons and equipment. The weapons and equipment would not be directly handed to the soldiers, nor would they be sent to the military camp. Instead, they would be sent to the armory for safekeeping. They would only be handed to individuals for training, dispatching troops, and carrying out military duties. When they were first handed out, the name of the user would be engraved on each weapon. From then on, the set of weapons would belong to that person. The name of the blacksmith and the name of the user were engraved on the weapons. This practice was to prevent the weapons from being lost, and also to urge the soldiers to take good care of the weapons, so that the rate of damage to the weapons would not be too high. But after the name was engraved, the weapons would still be stored in the armory. This practice was still the same in modern times. Whether it was the army or the police, guns, ammunition, and bulletproof vests were all stored together when they were not carrying out official duties. So when Yang Fan sent ruffian soldiers to cause trouble at the Ministry of Revenue, they were unarmed. Later, when they pretended to clash with Yang Fan's bodyguards, they still snatched the water and fire sticks from the hands of the officials of the Ministry of Revenue and smashed them. At this time, Yang Fan was bowing with the soldiers on the field. His superb bowing technique won waves of cheers. When Su Liang found out that the weapons had been delivered and that the armory had already received them, he immediately rushed over to report to Yang Fan. Seeing that he was having a good time on the field, he also smiled and stood among the crowd, watching and cheering. When the match was over, Su Liang waved to Yang Fan. Yang Fan rushed over to the side of the field. Su Liang excitedly said to him, "Commander, our weapons and armor have been delivered." Hearing this, Yang Fan was overjoyed. "Come, let's go take a look." Immediately, the two of them each mounted a horse and led a few bodyguards to the armory. Every garrison had an armory. The armory was built in a corner of the camp, very far from the main activity area of the camp. There were 3 layers of fire belts in the middle to ensure the safety of the armory. The soldiers guarding the armory did not belong to the guard army but were directly under the ordnance division. To receive weapons, a general of the guard army had to bring the corresponding identification. How many weapons were taken, how long it took to return them, and the general in charge had to be recorded. In this way, unless there was a mutiny in the army or a high-ranking general forged a military order, no one could take a weapon without permission. Although the soldiers guarding the armory belonged to the ordnance division, the daily management was the responsibility of the local garrison generals. Yang Fan could be considered half their superior, so the soldiers guarding the armory all recognized Yang Fan. Seeing that the commander had arrived, the platoon leader guarding the armory immediately went up to welcome him. Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, "Have the weapons and armors arrived?" The platoon leader said, "Yes, this subordinate has just finished putting them into the armory. They have been sorted out." Yang Fan said happily, "Good, quickly open the armory. This general wants to inspect it." The platoon leader registered and had Yang Fan sign it. Then, Yang Fan and Su Liang led a few bodyguards into the armory. The armory was very large. There were layers of wooden shelves inside, and there were some moisture-proof charcoal and other materials on the ground. Compared to the humid weather in the south, Luoyang's climate was closer to that of the north. It was easier to store weapons, so there were not many maintenance measures. The moment Yang Fan entered the armory, he saw the racks of weapons, armor, bows, arrows, flags, gongs, drums, and tents all neatly arranged. In his delight, he said to the platoon leader guarding the armory, "You are all very diligent. Although this general does not directly command you, I have the right to evaluate you. I will record these matters into the evaluation." "Many thanks, Lieutenant General." The platoon leader cupped his fists to thank him, but there was a strange expression on his face. Yang Fan was speaking to him, but his eyes were fixed on the weapons and equipment, so he did not notice. Su Liang happily walked closer and suddenly noticed that the armors weren't of the same standard. Besides the general and soldier armors, there were also light armors, fine-scale armors, black hammer armors, leather armors, chainmail armors, and so on. He couldn't help but frown. As the imperial army, they were stationed in the capital. Usually, their main task was to guard the palace. In order to maintain law and order in the palace, armor was mostly a symbol. Even if there was a rare riot in 100 years, it was mainly urban warfare. There was no need for armor that was too heavy, or it would affect the soldiers' combat strength. Therefore, heavy armor such as light armor and fine-scale armor did not need to be prepared at all. Light armor such as leather armor and soap silk armor were what they needed the most. The 1,000 cavalry formed an army of only 1,000 people. It was impossible for the ordnance division to not be able to gather armor for 1,000 people and needed to use other types of armor to make up the numbers, right? Su Liang walked over, puzzled. He picked up a chainmail and shook it open. Along with the clanging sound of steel colliding, a cloud of dust suddenly rose. He didn't know how long this armor had been there, but there were even a few discordant clanging sounds. The light in the warehouse was not bright enough, so Yang Fan asked someone to make way for the door. He then took a lantern from the hands of the warehouse guard and walked over to carefully illuminate the place. There were clearly a few armor pieces on the ground. Yang Fan squatted down and picked up the armor pieces in surprise. He then looked at the armor in Su Liang's hands. He saw that a few metal threads that connected the armor pieces to the metal pieces had broken and were sticking up. Yang Fan reached out his hand to touch it. It was hard to tell how many years the metal threads had been used. They had not been replaced, nor had they been oiled and maintained. They were already rusted to the point of being brittle. Yang Fan's heart was filled with anger. He suddenly stood up and ordered with a livid face, "Check immediately to see if there are any problems with these armors and weapons." Chapter 849. The officer in charge of guarding the armory gave his men a stealthy look with a strange expression on his face. Actually, as soon as this batch of goods arrived, they realized that there was a problem. These tattered goods were probably the base of the armory of the Ordnance Department. Some of the weapons looked rusty and were probably weapons from the era of Gaozuwuda. How could they be used like this? It was clear that someone was trying to make life difficult for this commander of 1,000 cavalry. However, they were only soldiers guarding the armory. It was fine as long as they did their part. The matters between the important figures above had nothing to do with them. At this moment, it was better for them to feign ignorance. "Commander of the 1,000 cavalry, this leather armor is rotten. This knife is rusty. If this subordinate shakes his wrist, I'm afraid it will break. What kind of military tent is this? It's tattered and can't block the wind or the rain. What's the use of it? This bow. Fuck." Renwei raised a bow and tested the bowstring. In the end, he only pulled it once. Twang. The bowstring broke. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and tilted his head in time. Otherwise, the broken bowstring would have bounced into his eye and he would have become a one-eyed man. "This short spear. There's no need to try anymore," Yang Fan shouted. His voice was like muffled thunder in the armory, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that this commander of 1,000 cavalry was truly angry. The armory immediately quieted down. Only Yang Fan's heavy breathing could be heard. Yang Fan's back was facing everyone as he rushed to a corner of the armory. One could only see his shoulders rise and fall with his breathing, as if there was a ferocious beast waiting to pounce at any moment and swallow someone whole. However, after a long period of preparation, the ferocious beast hidden in Yang Fan's heart became subdued. His breathing became long and slow. After a long time, Yang Fan slowly turned around. The lantern was still in his hand. His expression was neither happy nor angry, and there was nothing special about it. Yang Fan asked indifferently, "When the Ordnance Department handed over the weapons, did they say anything?" The squad leader quickly stepped forward and said, "Yes. The people from the Department of Ordnance said that there weren't many armors and weapons in storage, but the 1,000 cavalry was the armed force that guarded the Imperial Palace, so the Department of Ordnance didn't dare to neglect it. King Lin Chuan ordered us to raise funds from various sources before we managed to procure the required materials for the 1,000 horsemen. They will be sent over immediately." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. "Lord Lin Chuan, you're using Wu Sijong to pressure me. But the Wu clan's world." Yang Fan's eyes flickered and he said calmly, "I understand. I am very grateful for the care of the Ordnance Department. It's just that King Lin Chuan is in charge of the Ordnance Department and has a high status, while I am just a middle commander. The difference in status is like heaven and earth. It's a pity that I can't personally thank you." Yang Fan's reaction was out of the squad leader's expectation. In his opinion, even if Yang Fan didn't have the guts to question Wu Sijong, he should at least express his anger in front of his subordinate. Even if he scolded Wu Sijong in front of him, when it reached King Lin Chuan's ears, King Lin Chuan would most likely pretend to be deaf and mute. It's not like he scolded Wu Zizong in front of him, so why would he come knocking on his door? Why is this general so cowardly? The squad leader was startled and awkwardly said, "Yes. Yes." For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Yang Fan smiled again and said, "Close the storage room and take good care of the weapons. The soldiers are sufficient, and General is going to train the soldiers soon." Finishing, he walked out. The squad leader hurriedly agreed, and followed behind Yang Fan and timidly said, "The weapons and armors have not been engraved with the user's name. General, when will you send people in batches to register and engrave the weapons?" Yang Fan casually laughed it off and walked out, completely ignoring him. The squad leader stood at the entrance of the armory, watching Yang Fan's back as he walked away, and for a long time, he didn't understand what he meant. On a high slope, Yang Fan stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the military camp in the distance. On the archery field, the soldiers were still leaping and leaping as they chased after the little red ball. They were using the war horses brought by the 100 cavalrymen, borrowing them one by one to satisfy their craving for riding. At this moment, the Imperial Servant Temple had yet to send the horses over. Earlier in the armory, Yang Fan forcibly suppressed his anger, not because he had thought of a solution, but because anger can't solve any problem, and will instead make others look down on him. Probably, the soldiers guarding the armory received a mission to report how exasperated they were at that time. Therefore, he forcibly suppressed his anger and left the armory. Only now, standing on the high slope, with a cool breeze caressing his face, and a high view of the world, did his emotions slowly calm down. A few personal guards were standing at a distance, and Su Liang slowly walked to his side. Yang Fan sighed. "If you want to plan for great things, every step is difficult." Su Liang smiled. "As long as there are great things, there will never be smooth sailing. This Su may be a martial artist, but his position is confidential. These years, I have been influenced by what I have seen and heard, and I have seen many things. To be able to make the Wu clan use such obscure methods to deal with someone, it is already enough to show his ability." The knee-deep weeds were blown by the wind, and from time to time, they would rub against the sleeves of their robes. Yang Fan didn't pay attention to this consolation, and after thinking for a long time, he muttered to himself, "Where exactly is the problem? If I don't understand this problem, why are they making things difficult for me again and again? I'm afraid I will never be able to understand." Su Liang said, "Can the general tell this general about the matter so that I can study it together?" Ever since Fang province, they had fought side by side, and Yang Fan had already regarded him as a confidant. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter, so Yang Fan told him everything. However, Yang Fan still didn't know that the kissing incident on the street had already spread throughout Luoyang, nor did he know that Wu Chongxuan was burning with jealousy. Naturally, he wouldn't mention this matter. Su Liang didn't have a clue either, and couldn't help but frown. Given King Liang's status, unless he sincerely wants to befriend the general, there is no need for him to invite you to a banquet. Yang Fan nodded slightly, and Su Liang continued, "As for Wu Yizong, only King Liang and King Wei have the right to fight for the throne. No matter what, it will never be his turn. Since King Liang has already forgiven you and is willing to befriend you, there is no need for Wu Yizong to continue standing out and humiliate you, unless he has other instructions from King Wei?" Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He thought carefully, then shook his head. Impossible. If it was Wu Sanxi, he might really do something to vent his anger. Wu Qingxi has always been good at scheming and wouldn't do something so senseless. Suppressing me won't help him at all. Even if I can't become the 1,000-rider general, his people still won't have a chance. Besides, Wu Yizong is a member of the Wu family, and he has a lot of troops in his hands. If he wants to side with someone, he can do it openly. There is no need for him to hide his head and hide his tail. Even if he chooses the wrong side, the other side will still be the emperor, and he will still be recruited. Su Liang frowned. If that's the case, then the problem still lies with King Linchuan himself. Why did he do this? Yang Fan shook his head. After thinking for a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Do you still remember when we discovered a spy on the way back from Fang Province, but we couldn't find out who he was? Do you still remember the method we used? Su Liang said, What is it? Of course he knew about this matter, but he couldn't figure out how it was connected to this matter. Yang Fan said, If you can't figure it out, then put it aside. There is no need to follow the path the other has drawn for us. I can't just go to his door and ask why Wu Yizong is dissatisfied with me, can I? If that's the case, then we'll do it our own way. Won't it be fine as long as we solve this problem? Su Liang's expression changed. General has an idea? Yang Fan said, I have some ideas, but I still need the help of a noble. As Yang Fan said this, his mind was already racing. Just who could have such great influence in front of the emperor and be able to help him? At present, Wu Yizong's intentions were unclear. The Prince of Liang and Wu Sanxi couldn't be used for now. The Prince of Luling couldn't be used now, but that would be useful in the future. Needless to say, Wanner would naturally do her best to help him. However, she was in the inner palace and had always been in charge of administrative matters. If she suddenly interfered with military matters, it didn't seem appropriate. Wu Zetian wasn't that muddle-headed. No matter how he thought about it, only Princess Taiping was the most suitable person to step forward. Moreover, the emperor already knew about their affair. He knew that she was standing up for him and wouldn't have any other thoughts. At present, Yang Fan didn't have the power to contend against the Wu clan. He needed to borrow power, and the only one who could suppress the Wu clan's difficulties was Wu Zetian. He wanted to borrow Wu Zetian's power, but this required a middleman to help him build a bridge. After thinking about it, Yang Fan chose Princess Taiping as the middleman. Speaking of which, ever since he returned to the capital, he became the focus of many people's attention. Soon after, he established the 1,000 cavalry. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, all the big shots didn't come into contact with him. He hadn't seen Taiping for a long time, so it was time to meet her again. Just as Yang Fan thought of this, someone suddenly rode a horse over. Yang Fan's personal guard came forward to stop him. Both sides exchanged a few words before Ren Wei walked over and said to Yang Fan, General, the army has reported that someone from the Imperial Servant Temple has arrived. Oh! Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. The Imperial Servant Temple had also sent someone as promised. He could only hope that the horses sent by the Imperial Servant Temple didn't make any mistakes. Yang Fan immediately said, Come, let's go take a look. Yang Fan, Su Liang, and the others mounted their war horses and followed the soldier who came to report. They rushed straight to the 1,000 cavalry camp's horse gallery. When the 1,000 cavalry camp was defending the palace, they were infantry. However, every soldier of the 1,000 cavalry camp had to know how to ride a horse and own a horse. They had to be proficient in both horse fighting and infantry fighting. Therefore, the 1,000 cavalry camp had already expanded a horse gallery that could accommodate 1,000 war horses. Because there was a large amount of hay piled up around the horse gallery, it was also set up in a place away from the main camp to prevent fire. If 1,000 horses were to gather in the horse gallery, it would be a spectacular sight. However, when Yang Fan rode his horse over, he saw that the horse gallery was still empty. There were still some war horses that belonged to the original 100 cavalries tied up there, and he was already suspicious in his heart. After passing through a few rows of horse galleries, he saw dozens of horses in front of him and some people wearing the Imperial Servant Temple's official robes. When Yang Fan's group got closer, they dismounted from their horses. Yang Fan first took a look at those horses. Even if he didn't know how to identify horses, he could still see that those horses were old and young. Not only were they not majestic, but they were also old and young horses that couldn't withstand a horse battle. Yang Fan's heart instantly sank. How far does the Wu clan extend their hands? Could the Imperial Servant Temple be in their grasp? Chapter 850. While Yang Fan was looking at the horses, a few people from the Imperial Treasury Temple had already come forward to greet him. Presumably the bodyguards next to them had already given them some instructions. The people from the Imperial Treasury Temple directly came forward to greet Yang Fan. One of them, a tall and thin man with unibrow, cupped his hands and said, "General Yang, Imperial Treasury Temples by Yiding." The person next to him immediately stepped forward, Niu Mao. The two of them said in unison, "Greetings to General Yang." Their attitudes were extremely respectful, but Yang Fan was already immune to this kind of superficial respect. Hearing the three words by Yiding, Yang Fan's heart was moved and he asked, "By Yiding? Who is the Bai officer to you?" The Imperial Treasury Temple officer's name was Bai Isho, which was only one word different from this Bai Yiding, so Yang Fan asked this question. Bai Yiding respectfully replied, "Yes, my brother." Yang Fan said, "May I know your position in the Imperial Treasury Temple?" Bai Yiding said, "I am a doctor of veterinary medicine in the Imperial Treasury Temple." He then pointed to Niu Mao and said, "This is a doctor of veterinary medicine." Niu Mao quickly nodded to Yang Fan humbly. The Tang dynasty had always placed great importance on horse management, so the Imperial Treasury Temple in charge of horse management, in addition to the administrative officials, there were also 4 doctors of veterinary medicine and 600 veterinarians. These veterinarians should not be underestimated because horse management was related to the military strength of the Tang dynasty. These veterinarians who were good at raising and treating horses had a very high status in the Imperial Treasury Temple. High-ranking veterinarians had a title in the Imperial Treasury Temple to raise their status and salary. When Yang Fan heard that these 2 people were veterinarians, he felt that there was something fishy. Even if the Imperial Treasury Temple wanted to make things difficult for him, they should have sent an administrative official, such as a junior minister, a clerk, a secretary, etc. What was the reason for sending 2 veterinarians? Without waiting for Yang Fan to ask, Bai Yiding took the initiative to explain. "General Yang, my brother promised to transfer all the war horses needed for the 1,000 cavalry within 3 days, but the horse farm on the outskirts of the capital doesn't have enough horses, so we need to transfer them from other horse farms nearby." Unexpectedly, the Anfeng horse farm, which is closest to Luoyang, suddenly had a horse epidemic. In order to prevent the epidemic from spreading, we didn't dare to move a single horse outside before the epidemic disappeared. Yang Fan's heart sank. If what he said is true, delaying the delivery of the horses is reasonable. It has nothing to do with deliberately making things difficult for Qianqi. But is what he said true or false? Is it really such a coincidence that I need horses here and he has a horse plague? Bai Yiding said, "My brother was afraid that General Yang would misunderstand, so he sent me and Dr. Liu to explain the situation to General Yang." Yang Fan asked, "The horse farm on the outskirts of the capital doesn't even have a single healthy horse? Even if we can't allocate all of it, we can at least allocate some for emergencies, right?" Niu Mao said, "I won't hide it from General Yang. A few days ago, General Wu of the Left Guard of Jin Wu transferred all the healthy horses from the Imperial Servant Temple. He said that the capital's garrison troops need horses to train their cavalry. So the horse farm on the outskirts of the capital really doesn't have a single strong horse now. General, please take a look. The horses we brought are old and young. Right now, the horse farm on the outskirts of the capital only has horses like this." Bai Yiding took out an official letter and handed it over, saying, "This is an urgent report about the horse epidemic at the Anfeng horse farm. Please take a look, General Yang." Yang Fan did not take it. Wouldn't it be easy for the Imperial Servant Temple to forge a copy of this? It would definitely be flawless. Bai Yiding smiled bitterly and said, It really isn't that the Imperial Servant Temple wants to make things difficult for you. It just so happens that these two things happen together. My brother also has no choice. My brother and Master Fengchen have always been good friends. Master Fengchen once told my brother about General Yang and was very fond of you. Master Fengchen also said that the sage places great importance on the Qianqi. General, think about it. Even if the Imperial Servant Temple had 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to deliberately make things difficult for you. Bai Yishuo was good friends with Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong? Yang Fan suddenly looked at him. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped some key point. He opened his mouth to ask, "Your brother and Master Fengchen are friends?" Bai Yiding replied, "Yes, my brother is also fond of poetry, singing and dancing. He has always been good friends with Zhang Fengchen. A few days ago, Zhang Fengchen had a banquet with his good friends. My brother was also present. During the banquet, there was a Left Commander General Liu who yearned for the Qianqi. He wanted to be transferred to the Qianqi to serve the Emperor and serve the country. He wanted to ask Zhang Fengchen to put in a word for you, General." Zhang Fengchen sternly refused. He talked about the importance of the Qianqi and how important it is to His Majesty. During this period, he mentioned you, General. He said that you have always been impartial. If Liu Commander General wants to join the Qianqi, he can recommend himself to you. If he asks Zhang Fengchen to come forward, he will definitely be firmly refused by you. Therefore, he is not willing to speak on his behalf. Listening to this point, Yang Fan finally understood. He was not clear why the Department of Ordnance wanted to make things difficult for him, but the Imperial Servant Temple had gone around in a big circle. Their purpose was finally clear. It turned out that the Imperial Servant Temple's backer was Zhang Yizhi, and Zhang Yizhi wanted to meddle in the Qianqi. But the establishment of the Qianqi attracted too much attention from all sides. Even with the Zhang Yizhi's status, they were unwilling to take the risk. Therefore, they used the Imperial Servant Temple to tactfully put pressure on him. That Liu Commander General was already a Lang General in the Left Commander's Guard. If he was transferred to the Qianqi, there was absolutely no reason for him to be demoted. Therefore, they could only give him the position of Qianqi's Lang General. In this way, the Qianqi would be divided into 5 parts. At least one part would belong to the Zhang Yizhi. Yang Fan's thoughts turned like lightning. In a short moment, he understood the cause and effect. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. "Zhang Fengchen serves the Emperor," he said. "Unavoidably he is cautious and careful. Actually, in my opinion, it is the duty of a minister not to avoid his relatives and not to avoid his enemies. Why should he be so restrained? Since this Liu Commander General is a Lang General in the Left Commander's Guard, why can't he be a Qianqi's Lang General? Under my command, there should be a 5th Lang General. Right now, there is still a vacancy. This is not a long-term plan. I am currently thirsting for talents. If this Liu Commander is willing to join my Qianqi, I will welcome him with open arms." When Bai Yiding heard this, a smile appeared on his thin face. This time, it was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. "Aya, this is really good news. I am also familiar with Liu Commander General. I will tell him later. Haha, if I knew that General is so thirsty for talents, Liu Commander General would not have gone to Zhang Fengchen to meet his rebuff." Yang Fan smiled. "I wonder what this Liu Commander General is called? I would like to meet him. If he is really willing to join my Qianqi, I will immediately send a letter to the Left Commander's Guard to transfer Liu Commander General here." Bai Yiding hurriedly said, "Liu Commander General's name is Mao Feng. I asked General Yang to remember it. On my way back, I will send someone to deliver a letter to him, telling him to immediately pay a visit to General." Yang Fan nodded. "Very good. It's just that these horses," Bai Yiding immediately said, "these old and young horses are not for the army. They are only brought here to prove what I have said. My brother is also very uneasy about delaying General's training time. On one hand, my brother sent me here to give General an explanation. On the other hand, he sent someone to Anyi's horse farm to conscript the best horses there. But he still needs General Yang to extend the deadline for a few days. Yang Fan said, "The horse plague is a natural disaster, it is not the fault of the Imperial Palace Temple. Even if Yang is anxious to train the new army, I cannot let the Imperial Palace Temple make something out of nothing and give me 1,000 fine horses. Haha, the word extend the deadline is too heavy. Your brother has taken care of my Qianqi, and Yang cannot thank him enough." The atmosphere quickly became harmonious. Bai Yiding promised Yang Fan that in 5 days at most, he would conscript 1,000 fine horses from the western regions for the Qianqi. Only then did he order his men to drive away the old and young horses that were used as evidence. In fact, the Qianqi had horses at the very least. If the Imperial Palace Temple gave another 1,000 horses, it would be an extra 100 horses. It was said that this was compensation for the delay in handing over the horses. Moreover, there would always be times when the horses in the army were sick, old, or weak. It was convenient to have more horses to replace them in time. In 2 words, you are good, I am good, and everyone is good. It was perfect and harmonious. Yang Fan sent Bai Yiding and Niu Mao away in a friendly manner. Su Liang snorted coldly and said, "They are obviously using the horses to threaten General for a position. If General does not agree, I am afraid that the 1,000 fine horses in Anyi's horse farm will be infected with the horse plague as expected." Yang Fan smiled and said, "I know, but I suddenly understand a principle." Su Liang asked, "What principle?" Yang Fan said, "Ever since the current sage ascended the throne, there have been many court struggles. No matter what the reason is, it is all for the throne of the emperor. Some want it to be surnamed Li, some want it to be surnamed Wu. Therefore, whether it is the emperor or the nobles and ministers who have their own thoughts, they are fighting endlessly. Groups of people are imprisoned, groups of people are beheaded, and now it can be said to be the most critical moment to decide the ownership of the country. So many people have died, so much blood has been shed. Everyone is for this day. Will those people really sit back and watch the Qianqi, a force that does not belong to them, grow strong and strong just because the emperor is afraid?" Yang Fan turned his head and looked deeply at Su Liang. He said, "This is just the beginning. Even if they do not make a move now, after a while, when the emperor no longer has his eyes on the Qianqi, they will definitely do everything possible to intervene. At that time, the difficulties we will encounter will be 100 times more difficult than a batch of rusty swords and a batch of old and sick warhorses. What should we do then?" Su Liang did not say anything. Yang Fan sighed and said slowly, "I did not have to accept Zhang Yiji's request. Because if the method I thought of can be successfully implemented, then whether it is the armor, weapons, or this batch of warhorses, I can solve them all." Su Liang asked, "Then why did you agree to let Zhang Yiji's people in?" Yang Fan said, "Because this is our shield. Our original idea was too naive. We thought that without any interference, we would close the door and build a force that belongs to us. Haha, it is easier said than done. Now that Zhang Yiji intends to intervene, it is a great opportunity for us. The Zhang brothers' intervention is the easiest for the emperor to accept. At the same time, we accept Zhang Yiji's people, so we can use Zhang Yiji as our strongest shield to resist the encroachment of any other party." Yang Fan patted Su Liang's shoulder and said earnestly, "Watching one surnamed Lu is better than all the other forces interfering. A small Qianqi is like a forest of mountains, right?" Chapter 851. Su Liang was suddenly enlightened. Yang Fan said, "I originally planned to find someone to help me with what I want to do. I didn't expect the Zhang brothers to jump out on their own. It is more appropriate for the 2 of them to handle this matter than that person. I don't need to trouble anyone else and can look for them directly." Su Liang was about to ask Yang Fan what method he planned to use to force the Department of Ordnance to submit when Ren Wei led a person over from afar and called out, "General Yang, this Mr. Li wants to see you." Yang Fan frowned, feeling a little displeased in his heart. It's time to set up rules in this military camp. How can anyone be casually brought in? Even if someone wants to see me, they should ask for my permission first. Now they act first and report later. What's the point of reporting to me? But when he took a closer look, the trace of displeasure in his heart disappeared. This person was indeed not someone the Yuan gate guards would dare to stop. The middle-aged man beside Ren Wei was dressed in a moon-white Confucian robe. He had no beard and a fair face. He was the head steward of Princess Taiping's residence, Li Yi. Yang Fan quickly went up to greet him. Opposite him, Li Yi had already cupped his hands and smiled. "General Yang?" Yang Fan also returned the greeting and smiled. "Stewardly, long time no see. Why didn't you send someone to inform me so that I could welcome you at the Yuan gate?" Li Yi bowed and said, "I am only a servant of my master. I don't deserve General Yang's personal welcome. General is now in the army and is at a critical moment of training the new army. I shouldn't disturb you. However, my master is preparing a banquet and General is the main guest. Therefore, he sent me to deliver an invitation. General must attend." As Li Yi spoke, he took out an invitation and presented it to Yang Fan with both hands. Yang Fan was somewhat puzzled. Taiping invited him to a banquet? That didn't make sense. Taiping had always looked for him in the middle of the night, when there was no one around. Ping ping pang pang, it was a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even if they had something to talk about, it would be after the victor was decided, and then they would hug each other while drenched in sweat. Why was he so high profile today? When Yang Fan opened the invitation and read it, he immediately understood. Turned out Princess Taiping's invitation this time was to express her gratitude, to thank him for escorting her brothers safely to the capital. Now that Yang Fan had completed his mission, the emperor had already rewarded him. However, as the person concerned, the Prince of Luling had yet to express anything, nor could he express anything. This soon-to-be crown prince actually still had no authority. Moreover, at the crucial moment when he was about to be chosen as crown prince, he did not dare to express anything. This Prince of Luling always felt somewhat at a loss when it came to his mother, and he had no idea what he should or should not do. Thus, the best method was to learn from his little brother and hide in the East Palace, doing nothing. Under such circumstances, it was more appropriate for his younger sister to step in. First of all, Taiping was a woman. On the surface, she had nothing to do with the court or officialdom. Her representing her brother in holding a banquet to express her gratitude was purely a private matter of the Li family, and would not cause too much of a stir or speculation. At the very least, if others wanted to make things difficult for her, they would not have sufficient reasons. In addition, she was Wu Zetian's most favored daughter. If her actions were not in line with Wu Zetian's wishes, she could go back to the emperor and throw a tantrum, apologize, and say that she thought she was clever. That would be enough, and she would not implicate her doormat brother. Although the court had announced to the world that a deputy counselor would go to Fangzhou to bring back the Prince of Luling's family, in reality, everyone in the officialdom knew that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital first and had experienced many twists and turns along the way. They also knew that Yang Fan had played a crucial role in all of this. Otherwise, the Prince of Luling would have already been buried according to the Crown Prince's regulations, with grass growing on his grave. Thus, it was only right and proper for the Prince of Luling to express his gratitude to Yang Fan. Now that he had arrived a few days later than Prince of Liang's Wu Sanxi's banquet, it could already be said to be very unreasonable. However, considering the difficult situation of this future crown prince, it was reluctantly acceptable. But if he did not express anything at all, it would cause people to despise him. After thinking for a moment, Yang Fan nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble, stewardly. This general will definitely attend on time." It was not that Yang Fan did not consider Wu Zetian's reaction, but he did not bother to analyze what kind of reaction Wu Zetian would have if he attended the banquet of peace. In terms of understanding Wu Zetian's mentality and accurate views of the political situation in the court, Princess Taiping was much smarter than him. He was able to become the 1,000 Horsemen general, which was crucial to the future of the Li family. If he agreed to attend the banquet, it would have a detrimental effect on him. Princess Taiping would not hold this banquet of thanks at all. Even if she wanted to put on an act, she would certainly give him some hints in advance, telling him not to go. After receiving Yang Fan's reply, Li Yi happily left. Looking at his back, Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh, thinking, "I originally thought that I wouldn't have to trouble her with this matter, but who would have thought that she would come herself? It's fine, the Zhang brothers owe me a favor, so there's no need to rush them to return it. There will be a time when they will be needed." That Lu Maofeng, Commander Lu, seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time. Not long after Bai Yiding left, someone came to report that the left army commander Lu Maofeng had come to visit. Yang Fan received this Commander Lu. This person had a square face, sword-shaped eyebrows, a tall and sturdy figure, and a dignified appearance. After talking for a while, Yang Fan discovered that this person was both civil and military, and had both. No wonder he was valued by Heir Zhang and was recruited by him. If this person's political background was not taken into account, he was really a rare talent for a general. Yang Fan had already made up his mind to use Heir Zhang as a meat shield to resist the 1,000 horsemen that might suffer from the encroachment of various forces in the future, so he immediately agreed to invite him to join the 1,000 horsemen as the right commander. Lu Maofeng was overjoyed and returned to the left army commander to make preparations. Yang Fan also immediately sent out a document to send him off to the left army commander. As soon as Lu Maofeng left, Yang Fan said to Su Liang, "There's still an opening for the position of commander. You and I have to seize the time to find a suitable talent. If we delay for too long, we can't guarantee that we won't be targeted by others. Even if no one else intervenes, it's just that Heir Zhang is envious and wants to shove another person in, and we can't refuse him. For now, it's better to have someone inferior than lacking." Su Liang nodded his head in agreement. At this time, the squad leader guarding the armory came to ask when they could gather the soldiers to register, so that they can engrave words on the armor and equipment and distribute the weapons. His position was low and he could not enter the marshal's tent. Yang Fan let Renwei out and only gave him one sentence, "I'm not in a hurry, you wait here." The squad leader was under Yang Fan's supervision, so he did not dare to say much. Moreover, his future was in the hands of the ordnance supervisor, so he did not dare to disobey. The ordnance supervisor was pressing him hard, so he had no choice but to come and ask again and again. On the other hand, Yang Fan's side was always playing it down and did not care about the armor and weapons in the armory at all. When the squad leader came again, he did not even pass on a message for him. This squad leader was really like a mouse in a bellows, being bullied on both sides. On this day, the Yang family sent a letter home. When Yang Fan saw the letter, he immediately informed Su Liang, Chu Kuanga, and a few other generals, then took a leave of absence and left the cavalry camp. The letter home was written by his wife, Xiao Man. There were a few seemingly casual words mixed in, but there was a lot of meaning behind them. The meaning of those words was that someone wanted to see him, and that the other party was someone from the Dugu family. After the establishment of the alliance between Yang Fan and the Dugu family, they had been acting in a very tacit manner, but the convenience he gave to the Dugu family was mainly concentrated in the business managed by the succession hall. In terms of politics, after he acted as the assistant minister of the heavenly official and then stepped down from his position because of his own corruption, the new examiner who was promoted was someone who had been cultivated by the Dugu family for many years. In this aspect, he did not need to worry too much. In return for a plum, Dr. Zhao would also try his best to take care of the Dugu family. Now that the Dugu family suddenly wanted to meet him, Yang Fan did not know what had happened, so he hurried back home. In the southern part of Luoyang, in the unknown house that actually belonged to the Dugu family. Dugu Ninka's boudoir was covered with thick curtains, with only a small gap in the corner, revealing a faint ray of light. Dugu Ninka was lying on the couch, and her brother, Duguyu, was sitting beside the couch, gently holding her hand. The brother and sister were talking in a low voice. Younger sister, I have an appointment with Yang Fan today. I will go to his house to visit him in a while. Duguyu knew that his younger sister liked to hear about Yang Fan the most, and usually deliberately leaked as much information about Yang Fan as possible to her, especially the story of Yang Fan's clever tricks, teasing a group of Wu family assassins, making them run around in panic, and successfully escorting the Prince of Luling back to the capital. His younger sister often talked about it. Every time, her face would reveal a trace of a mischievous, complacent, and even proud smile, which was a rare smile from his younger sister. However, it was the first time that he personally told his younger sister news about Yang Fan. Duguyu knew that his younger sister would not ask, so he took the initiative to introduce the reason why he wanted to meet with Yang Fan to his younger sister. Ningku pondered for a moment, then said softly, "You want to intervene in the 1,000 cavalry?" Duguyu said, "Yes. What I want is only a seat, I have no other motives. Once the 1,000 cavalry is formed, it is self-evident how important it will be in the future. I just want to be prepared." Ningku sighed softly and said faintly, "Since the 1,000 cavalry is Erlang, elder brother, why do you need to do this?" Duguyu hurriedly said, "I have no intention of not trusting Erlang, but it is better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. It is always more convenient for the Dugu family to have one of our own in the 1,000 cavalry." Ningku said in a slightly hoarse but sweet and gentle voice, "What is the temperament, character, and disposition of the person you intend to transfer to the 1,000 cavalry?" Duguyu said, "His name is Jiji. In terms of seniority, he is our nephew, and in terms of age, he is more than 10 years older than you and me. At the age of 16, he gave up his studies and joined the army. Now he is the Commandant Gui of the Zhechong Prefecture, and has his own strengths in managing the army. He is a distant branch of the Dugu family, and usually does not have much contact with the main branch. This time, he took the initiative to ask the family to help him. You also know that the official army system is declining day by day, and there is no future for him to continue to mix in the official army. This person's loyalty is not a problem, and he is a member of the Dugu family. If he betrays the family, no matter how big the world is, he will not be able to gain a foothold. No one will trust a person who will even betray his own family." Ningku sighed softly. "In my opinion, it is enough for the family to get involved in politics a little, and it is not suitable for us to get involved in the army." Duguyu did not agree, and said, "Now there is Zhao Longzhong in the heavenly official mansion, and if Dugujiji leads the army in the 1,000 cavalry, our family will have a way out in both the civil and military fields. We can use him in politics and lay low in the military field. But when there is a chance, he can also contribute to our family in martial arts, and then the rise of the Dugu family will be unstoppable." Chapter 852. Ningku smiled bitterly to herself. Her health had been deteriorating recently, and she wanted her brother to be less dependent on her. She hadn't made plans for her brother for a long time. Elder brother wasn't used to this situation at first, but now it seemed that he could take charge of his own affairs and didn't need to listen to her anymore. But this was also good. Wasn't it her purpose to let her brother be independent? She couldn't hurt her brother's confidence. Thinking of this, Ningku nodded slightly and said, "Elder brother, as long as you consider it carefully." Duguyu was silent for a moment and said, "Elder brother is going to see Yang Fan this time. Should I tell him that you are in Luoyang and ask him to come and see you?" No. Ningku was very nervous and immediately refused. It's better not to see him. Elder brother, don't be a busybody. Cough, cough, cough. Ningku couldn't help coughing after saying these words because she was in a hurry. Duguyu said sadly, Sister, do you think I won't know even if you don't tell me? Why do you have to suffer like this? Since you like him, are you afraid that he will know? Do I like him? Ningku looked a little confused for a while, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Maybe. Maybe I like him, or maybe it's just a shadow in my heart. A shadow that seems real and illusory is the most beautiful. If I really get close to him, I won't have that feeling. I'm fine now. It's my business if I like him. Why do I have to let him know? Duguyu shook his head and said, I really don't understand you. Do you really not want elder brother to mention you? Ningku also answered very seriously, No. I really don't want to. Duguyu left. The boat girl who was tidying up the flower pots in the corner washed her hands and walked over gently. She tucked Ningku in and frowned, puzzled. Miss, why don't you meet him? Ningku smiled peacefully and her eyes shone brightly. Why not see him? She gently stroked her cheeks and said in a low voice, I haven't dressed for a long time. You don't even dare to let me look at myself in the mirror. Now I'm as thin as a feather. Even I feel uncomfortable looking at me, so why should I make others feel uncomfortable with me? Perhaps this was a kind of realization that life should only be like the first time, but not every girl could experience it. What kind of sadness was that? Miss. The boat girl felt like crying and quickly turned her head away. Ningku said in a daze, Just tell him to remember the Ningku at the Lotus Bridge by the Tsuchi River. Occasionally. He will think of me, don't you think? The barge lady did not turn her head, but only replied with a firm she wanted to say. Miss is so smart, so beautiful, so refined. Any man in the world who has seen you will never forget you. But hot tears were rolling down her chest, and she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would make a choking sound. That's good. Ku said faintly and gently. As long as he occasionally remembers me and remembers that there was a girl named Ningku, I will be satisfied, very satisfied. Not long after Yang Fan returned home, Duguyu arrived at the appointed time. Yang Fan did not expect the person to be Patriarch Dugu himself, and was quite surprised. When Duguyu explained the purpose of his visit, Yang Fan knew that he was also thinking about the position of Qianqi. Between the surnames Wu and Li, the people of the Dugu family are definitely on the side of the Li family. As long as we have the same big goal, even if we can't completely make him one of us, it's better than Lu Maofeng, who has a second background. This person's qualifications and identity are also worthy of being a Lang general. Thinking of this, Yang Fan, who was coveted by all the forces, was eager to rather have something than nothing. So he decisively agreed, Okay. I will handle this matter as soon as possible. Having received Yang Fan's promise, Duguyu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands in thanks to Yang Fan and said, Dugu will remember Erling's kindness in taking care of me. Yang Fan said with a smile, You don't have to be so polite between us. Saying such words is a bit like treating me as an outsider. By the way, His Majesty's decree to form the Qianqi was issued not long ago. You are in Chang'an, so there is no reason for you to know so quickly. Did you specially come to Luoyang for this? I do have other important matters. Duguyu could not say that his little sister came to Luoyang from Chang'an last year, and her illness worsened as soon as she arrived in Luoyang, and she has been ill ever since. He also moved from Chang'an to Luoyang because he was worried about his little sister. Duguyu was also very hesitant about whether to tell Yang Fan. Seeing his hesitant expression, Yang Fan seemed to have something to say, and could not help but ask, Brother Dugu, is there anything else? No. Duguyu laughed and tried to cover it up. It's just that I suddenly remembered that there's an elder whose birthday seems to be in the next few days. Since I've arrived at Luoyang, I must personally go and offer my blessings. I was thinking that I should send someone to confirm the birthday of this elder, so I was distracted for a moment. Yang Fan saw that he did not mean what he said. He must have had other thoughts and was casually covering up, but it was not good for him to ask about other people's private matters, so he said with a smile, "I see. Brother Dugu has come from afar, and I had wanted to drink a few cups with Brother Dugu and reminisce about parting. Since an elder's birthday is imminent, it is not good to delay you." The two chatted for a while more, and Duguyu stood up to leave. Yang Fan saw him off with his arm linked, and only when he walked him to the door did he ask in a seemingly casual manner, "When I was in Chang'an, I remember that Miss Ningku often suffered from illness, and it was difficult for her to recover. Is her health better now?" In fact, Yang Fan had wanted to ask about this matter just now. That Miss Ningku was as gentle as water, pure and flawless, and had unparalleled intelligence. She had left a very deep impression on him, but such a talented girl just had to suffer from a chronic illness, which inevitably made one sigh with pity. However, it was somewhat presumptuous for an unmarried girl to inquire about her situation, especially from her brother. So when they reached the door, Yang Fan could not help but pretend to ask casually. Duguyu's expression darkened and he said, "Thank you for asking. My sister's health is a disease that can only be nurtured and cannot be cured. Since last winter, my sister's condition has worsened. Although we have continuously invited famous doctors to treat her, we can only barely maintain it." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help feeling sad. Miss Ningku was born in an aristocratic family, had a noble status, was beautiful, and brimming with talent. If she had a healthy body, then there would be no regret. But the heavens could not tolerate such a perfect person to exist in the world. Yang Fan sighed sadly and said, "It's a pity that I am tied up with worldly affairs and do not have freedom. Chang'an is too far away, otherwise I would have gone to pay a visit." Duguyu wanted to blurt out that Ningku was currently in Luoyang, but the words were at the tip of his tongue. No one knew his sister better than him. Ningku might be a little shy, but she was definitely not pretentious. Shyness and pretentiousness were two different things. If his sister wanted to see Yang Fan, she would not have said so resolutely at that time. Therefore, Duguyu did not say anything, and only silently cupped his hands towards Yang Fan, hiding his sorrow. Princess Taiping's banquet was on the next day, so Yang Fan did not go to the 1,000 cavalry camp again. In any case, he had deliberately suppressed the number of soldiers over there, and delayed gathering 1,000 people. For the time being, there was no armor, weapons, and horses distributed, and there was no need to drill the troops and horses. The next morning, Yang Fan only accompanied his wife and son at home. These days, Anu was somewhat sleepy and listless, but she could not tell what was wrong. Usually, when she woke up in the morning, she would spar with Xiaoman in martial arts. She practiced martial arts non-stop to strengthen her body, but she stopped these few days. Because she only felt listless and did not feel uncomfortable, she did not find anyone to treat her. When Yang Fan returned, he naturally did not allow it, and specially sent someone to invite Jiang Shichen, who was famous for his gynecology. In the end, the Jiang family replied that Jiang Shichen had been invited by a noble to the residence to see a doctor, and had not returned for a long time. The person sent by Yang Fan came up empty-handed, so he could only invite another person. This person still had a title in the Imperial Physician Academy, but because he was too old, he was not usually on duty. Because this person was too old and had the status of an imperial physician, it was not good for Yang Fan to invite someone to the residence to treat him, so he asked Gu Zhuting to accompany Anu to prepare a carriage to seek treatment. Yang Fan accompanied them out, and they went to the old imperial physician's residence, while Yang Fan rode straight to Princess Taiping's residence. Yang Fan was not considered a regular visitor to Princess Taiping's residence. After all, Taiping had a son-in-law, so Yang Fan rarely came to the Princess Taiping's residence to visit her. Today, Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji, was also at the residence. He heard that it was specially to thank Yang Fan, but Wu Yuji did not care. His 2 sons with his ex-wife had been brought back to Luoyang. Although they could not reveal their identities, they could spend time with each other. He had a lot of concubines, but Princess Taiping did not care. For the children of the concubines, Princess Taiping used the reason that she gave birth to them, and asked for an official birth for them. In this way, Wu Yuji could not find any fault. After a few years of living as a married couple, he had become used to this strange relationship. He did not make things difficult for Taiping, and Taiping did not make things difficult for him. The 2 of them lived in harmony, and when it was necessary for husband and wife to appear together, the 2 of them cooperated very well. What green hat? Wu Yuji had long understood. Since he did not regard Taiping as his wife, how could Taiping add insult to injury? He was now living in the princess residence, indulging in debauchery, and Taiping did not care. Was there such a free and unfettered son-in-law in the world? Therefore, when he heard that Yang Fan had arrived, Wu Yuji, as the male master of the princess residence, only smiled and stood up calmly. He politely nodded to the guests in the hall, and said in a pleasant manner, "Everyone, please sit down. I will go and welcome our distinguished guest today." The young and old princesses watched as the son-in-law left, and then immediately turned to Princess Taiping and said, "You are so good at controlling your husband, and can be regarded as a role model for the princess. How dare you disrespect him?"